Welcome to the Progressive Primitivist Podcast, where we believe that the only way to go forward in religion is to go back to the Bible. In the 1950s, there was a major controversy in Churches of Christ over a cluster of issues. And those issues were, number one, whether or not it's scriptural for a church to send money to another church to aid that church in its work of evangelism. Number two, whether or not it's scriptural for a church to care for orphans by sending money to a children's home. Number three, whether or not it's scriptural for a church to give benevolent help to a non-saint from the church treasury. And number four, whether or not it's scriptural for a congregation to have a fellowship meal in the building in which the church meets for worship. Throughout the 1950s and 1960s, brethren hotly debated these issues. For example, in 1957, Roy Caldwell and Guyan Woods had a debate in Birmingham, Alabama on some of these issues. And in fact, if you look on the Progressive Primitivist YouTube channel, you can find the audio of that debate. These debates, however, tended to generate more heat than light. In fact, churches were split over these issues. Brethren were estranged from one another. In 1967, some brethren on both sides of the question met together in Arlington, Texas to discuss the issues and to try to find a way to reconcile. But not a lot of fruit came from that meeting. About 20 years later, in 1988, Steve Wolfgang organized a similar meeting in Nashville. And then 2 years later, Steve Wolfgang and Roy Lanier Jr. arranged a meeting in Dallas, Texas on these issues with the goal of bringing about some degree of reconciliation between brethren on both sides of these issues. What follows is the video of this three-day meeting in Dallas, Texas. We hope that you profit from this.
Thank you, Roy, very much. I want to say first that I'm glad he put the map on that folder, how to get to this hotel, because I know a lot of Dallas preachers that stay in a state of confusion, and they're not always sure where they're going and maybe when they arrive. I'm glad to be here. What I'm going to say is more or less personal. And it, to some extent, may sound like I'm bragging about the experiences that I've had. But I moved to Dallas in 1942, born about 65 miles from here, and preached my first sermon when I was 16 there in Denison. So Dallas has been our home, and sincerely, I feel that all of the troubles that we've had of any magnitude, those troubles have arisen in the years that we've been in Dallas. So I'm going to present the history of the movement, the troubles of the movement, from the standpoint of how it developed in the Dallas area and the things that I know as a background. I'm glad the brother in praying mentioned the sweet fellowship that we have in Christ. I'm sincerely stating to you that all of you, as far as I'm concerned, are in my fellowship. My wife's oldest brother, Caldwell, was one of the most level-headed men I've ever known. If you didn't know Caldwell, you missed a gem, a rare person. Good judgment. But he often said that I'm slow in drawing lines on brethren, lest I get my lines tangled up. And I've thought about that, I know, 1,000 times. I've never drawn the line on anybody because of what he believed or did not believe relative to the matters that will be discussed this weekend. To me, you're brethren. You're my brother, my sister in Christ. I've tried to show that in every way. Now, that doesn't work both ways, at least in many instances. Several times in meetings in various places over the nation, some brother who was on your side, and I mean that kindly, would be in the service, and I'd purposely request urgently that the preacher there use him in leading a prayer, having a part in the worship. I think it was right, and until I die, I'll continue doing that. I'm not going to fall out with somebody because he does not believe exactly what I believe in these matters. We're all brethren as far as I'm concerned. I disagree with you sincerely and wholeheartedly about a lot of those matters, but I'm not going to say that you're not in my fellowship. But on the other hand, I've attended many times to hear some of my friends of the past who happen to be nearby in meetings, and sometimes I might be the first person present. And you understand the motive in saying this. Not one time have I ever been asked to even lead a dismissal prayer. Not one time, as far as I know, has it been mentioned by the local preacher that I happen to be or some other brother present. Now, to me, that's unchristian. So if anybody's drawn a line, I haven't drawn the line. And that's the way I feel about it. We're still brethren. And we have fellowship in Christ. I'm glad to make this speech, but I truly am sad that it's necessary to make it. And I hasten to tell you why. Because some of the active men, some of them are here today, who are on the other side, leaders in this movement a long time ago, were some bosom friends of ours. They've been in our home. We've been in their homes. We've held meetings together. And so I've lost some of the best friends I ever had in life. It's been of great personal sacrifice to me for these situations to arise and for the condition to get to the point where it is today. I've never been accused of being liberal. I don't think I am. But I've tried to be consistent. Brother Coleman Overby used to say so many times that we have to be consistent and that truth is never inconsistent. I'll tell you when I think maybe the beginning of our troubles of any size began. I moved in 42 to Trinity Heights, moved to Preston Road in 47, and moved back to Trinity Heights in 52, and then to Duncanville, where we still are. And when we were at Preston Road in about 1951, our full-time, fully supported one of our missionaries was James Walter Nichols at Cedar Rapids, Iowa. He and James Durwood Williford conceived an idea, who lived in that area, to have a radio program and have several stations broadcasted, and they called it the Herald of Truth. Likely not a soul here knows this. It ought to be a part of the record. So James came down at the invitation of the elders, and he talked with the elders at Preston Road, and I was present, when he asked them would they accept the responsibility and back what they call the Herald of Truth. We were in the throes of a building program there and meeting on Wednesday night in a neighboring church building, and on Sunday at the Highland Park High School. So we were not in the condition at all to accept a responsibility of that sort, and the elders turned it down. So they went back to Abilene and talked to the elders of the University Church, and they, for some reason, decided not to, and then Highland took it on. I'd never heard of anything except occasionally somebody saying, and I've been in the church all my life. My family goes back 7 generations in the church. And 6 of those generations had elders in my immediate family. But I'd never heard these things discussed, that it would be sinful and wrong to do this, that, and the other, that those things that have divided us. So I really think sincerely that when the Herald of Truth was announced, that marks the beginning, and that was in 1951 or 52 when it really got started. I grew up here not far from Bolton's home. I remember in the 20s when that home started. I was just a youngster, but we used to go every Thanksgiving, most of us did, and take a basket dinner and join brethren from all over North Texas. The ladies met and canned vegetables and fruit all during the summer and fall season, and truck loaded that to Bolton's home. I never heard anybody say anything about it was wrong to send money from the church to help Bolton's home. So that's been my expression, my experience, and I don't think we had anything of any consequence to divide the brethren as it has until, you might say, about in the early 50s. I learned while I was at Preston Road preaching that a banker friend of mine, who was a banker then, wanted to go to Hawaii to preach, and the Preston Road elders said they'd help him through the Ferris Church. This is a matter of record of the Preston Road Church in their minutes. So they accepted it, and they sent whatever it was a month to the Ferris elders, who in turn put that with theirs and other monies that they'd collected in supporting a preacher, and he may be present. And I respect him, and he's my brother. And we had him lead the prayer in the meeting not too many years ago, where I was then. But he's violently opposed to it now. That was in about before 1950. And the Preston Road Church contributed out of their treasury month after month and sent it to the Ferris Church. It's been a great personal loss, as you know, for these things to happen. So frankly, if anybody has driven anybody out, and this is a serious charge, but I feel like you brethren have, I'd still gladly ask any of you to pray. In 1967, 5 of us and 5 of the other brethren, I don't know how to say it that way, that's terrible, met down at Buchanan Dam, stayed together, slept together, ate together, had fine fellowship. We studied these matters for 3 days and nights. They decided then, and told us so, that they made mistakes in accusing us of endorsing everything that any Church of Christ anywhere in the world, they read in their bulletins what they were practicing. I've never been a brotherhood-wide preacher, and I don't feel amenable to anybody for what a church is doing 1,000 miles from here. I can't do anything about it anyway. And a lot of things that are going on today, I think they're terrible. But I don't believe I'm the savior of the church, and I'm not going to try to be. And I'm not going to go to see the elders where they're doing something that I feel like is unscriptural and wrong unless they invite me. You may think that's softness, but that's the way I feel about it. So we had that great period of fellowship. We didn't change anybody's mind. But they were convinced, they said, that we still preach the Bible, and we believe the Bible, and we were trying to follow thus saith the Lord. Then in 1970, I think it was, 15 of us and 15 of them met at Arlington, and those lectures are in print. Maybe the book Arlington Lectures is still on sale. And then a year or two later, several met down in the San Antonio area, and since I'd been a part of these other two, they asked me to come down and be a part of that. So I've been in close contact, in a sense, in these meetings up till some years ago. I don't think we've driven anybody out, but I'm going to tell you candidly, I feel like you have driven us out. There's not a preacher here that preaches for church and opposes what we practice would invite me for meeting. And I'm not asking for meeting. I'm about through holding meetings. So I'm going to lay at your feet the blame for any break of fellowship. Now, if a man divides the church and I know about it, I think that might be a different matter, likely would. I want to raise some other questions. And that's an answer to a charge that some of you make, and that is that we're the ones that have changed. Now, if you're talking about a lot of things that are being done by churches of Christ today that weren't 20 years ago practiced, I think I'd endorse everything you said. It's not because I'm an older preacher and I think he thought I was the oldest one around that still remembered some of these things, and that's why he asked me. But who's changed? Not long after the turn of the century, there was a children's home at Bowling Green, Kentucky, and I've been there and have been through it. It was established and congregations contributed to it. A home in Nashville, long before that. Bowles home up here in the early 20s. And churches, I never heard of a church that opposed it. I've never asked a church before I went for a meeting whether they did or didn't. I've never asked them whether or not they gave any money to Bowles home or to Harrell Truth. I don't think it's any of my business. They can do what they want to do. It's not affecting anyone else but those people, and it's not affecting the worship and the work of the church as I see it. But the changes have been made, eliminating the modern stuff that's going on today, hoopla maybe I could call it. I think those changes have been made by you brethren. Churches almost universally contributed. Sometimes the statement is made, Brother John Aiken that established the Aiken Fund, and you brethren had charge of that for some time. That Brother Aiken was opposed to children's home. He was not. He was just like a second daddy to my wife. She's the baby of the Wallaces. Brother Aiken, Sister Aiken, was the first Bible class teacher my wife ever had. And she remembers as a little tot asking Sister Aiken what that was on her cheeks. Her stepmother that reared her, she never did use rouge, and Sister Aiken had a little on. And she couldn't understand what that was on her cheeks that Sunday morning. I guess we knew Brother Aiken better than anybody. She grew up under him. He used to say that Foy Jr. was a great preacher, but he couldn't hold a light to his daddy, Foy Wallace Sr., my wife's daddy, when he came to Longview, Texas in 1902 and baptized Sister Aiken and got him out of the digressive church. Man, he said, he was a preaching machine. They were really like brothers. And Brother Aiken reminded me several times when I was preaching, especially Preston Road, went to visit with him every day. That Gail Oler came to see him some years before that while superintendent at Bowles home, and they were in a financial jam and had to have $5,000 or $10,000 in a hurry. And Brother Aiken gladly let him have it. Brother Aiken never was opposed to that. And I'm sure I knew Brother Aiken far better than anybody here. You know, in the 20s, I guess it was, the Hardeman Tabernacle meetings were held. Maybe that's the first big cooperative effort of that magnitude that the churches had, and congregations supported it. I've never read anywhere where anybody opposed it on a scriptural basis. I moved to Dallas at the beginning of the war, and thousands of people were moving in, and many of them were Christians, and they didn't know that we had about 50 churches scattered all over the city, the Metroplex. And I told the elders one time, let's put a big ad in the Saturday evening paper, have a map showing the locations of all the church buildings, and down at the bottom a list so they could find one near them. Well, I think that cost $150 a week. And I suspect our contribution didn't run over $500 a week. We couldn't support it by ourselves. So we contacted every church in the county, and not a single church turned us down. They all, 100% of them, cooperated and sent it to us so we could sign a contract for the ad. Not long after that, a brother over at Pekin East Side, he thought it'd be great to have a little sermonette. Now, Foy Wallace always said a sermonette is preacherette, you know. And they started that, and Pekin East Side supported it, and they ran that for some time. And churches contributed to that. Brother Coleman Overby, a pioneer in educational work in the church, came over in about 44 and spoke to our teachers at Trinity Heights. He and I talked about thousands of people in the church would like to teach, but they don't know how. The church has never had any kind of training to teach people how to teach youngsters, young people, and so forth. We need some kind of training school. Brother Obie said, I've thought about that. Let's have one. So in 1945, we had the first teacher training school in the history of the church in America. And every church in Dallas County contributed to the expense of that, so Pearl and Bryan could furnish the building and pay these speakers that came some far and near their expenses in traveling. Now that is in 1945. We cooperated. We haven't changed. You have. I don't mean to be blunt, but that's the only way I can preach. Just tell people the way it was, and that's just not my guess. That's exactly what happened in the Dallas area, and I think that's a pattern of brotherhood-wise experiences. And then we kept on having those teacher training schools until they grew so large that we got around 2,000 people a night. Had to split it, have one on either side of the Trinity River. And we continued to cooperate. These situations never did cause much trouble in the Dallas churches as it did in some metroplexes. We've never had much of difficulty. Very few groups were inclined to go in that direction. Maybe it's because Dallas, when I came here, was considered one of the centers of conservative thinking religiously. And I still believe that that's the way it was. May not be now. But we continued those schools for years, and all the churches helped pay the expenses. We had the two great downtown revivals. Had about 12,000 people a night at the Coliseum. 15 days, and during that I did the baptizing, and Lloyd Smith here, the church in Sunset where he is preaching, they sponsored that. But the budget that year was $40,000. Why, they couldn't pay $40,000. So they asked churches, would they help? And churches helped. and nobody lost their autonomy. Baptized 300 people the first week meeting. Same time next year we had another one and baptized over 200. Their budget had to be then $50,000. And the churches helped. I could go on and on in talking about example after example after example of cooperation. And it's sad to think that that's become almost a dirty word today among us. But they cooperated in having teacher training schools. Then later I told the elders at Trinity Heights, where I still was, that we'd never had what we call an elders workshop. Let's have a gathering here in our auditorium and have not preachers, but have elders talk to elders about how to conduct a business meeting and what attitudes they ought to take and how to shepherd the flock and things of that sort. Let elders tell elders, elders of long standing. First night we had 900 elders. Next year we had another one that had an average of around 800. And the churches all cooperated and contributed voluntarily. They decided to or not to, and nobody blackballed anybody. Nobody ever knew except maybe our elders which churches helped. Those are things in which I've had a part. That's why I said you might think I'm bragging on my experiences. But from that background, having all of these meetings, 3 of them at least, with brethren on the other side, and then knowing about all of these activities that we've been carrying on in the Dallas area for years and years. I speak it from a sincere heart. It breaks my heart, truly it does, that these things have happened. In the Arlington meeting, I presented some things to some of the brethren, and that speech is in the book. I said if we could get an auditorium, and I was talking about ours, 12,000 people every night to hear the gospel preached, baptized 300. Now, if Sunset sinned in having that meeting, tell us, brethren, how in the world can we do it? If what we do and the way we do it is wrong, then tell us how we can do that. Preach to 12,000 people for 15 nights, turn people away because they couldn't get inside, baptize several hundred. Now, if our method of doing it, please tell us how we can do it and be scriptural. And I'm going to call his name because he's one of the dear friends whose friendship I lost. He's been in our home so many times, nearly a lifelong friend. When that session was over and I begged them to tell us how to do it, Roy Cogdo told me that my answer is they didn't reply publicly at all. But my answer is that no church of the Lord ought to ever get involved in a project of that magnitude. Now, I think scare tactics drive us away from some things. We're afraid of something big. It doesn't have to be sinful because it's big. And I told Roy, I don't believe that God designed the church so that we cannot take advantage in some scriptural way of preaching to millions of people. And we can do that today. I'd like to say one more thing. Brother Aiken set up the Aiken Fund when I was there. I was the first man to read the charter. Brother Bell and Sister Bell set up the Bell Trust, and I've been a director of that now for 30-some-odd years, and we've given millions of dollars away. And you still have a portion of the Aiken Fund. Preston Road has the rest. And I talked to Brian Benson, for us here now, the son. I said, Brian, how can you be a director of the Aiken Fund, and he was then, and send money when Brother Aiken was never a member of the whichever church it was? They were sending money to that church for them to support a man somewhere else. Brian was a good man, honest in heart, and he said, that worries me. I don't see one bit of difference between what you do with the Aiken Fund and the thing you preach against. God bless you, and I still call you brothers.
I suppose the place to begin is where Brother Lanier left off. He described me as knowledgeable in restoration history. I'd call your attention to the program that's been printed. I want to thank Brother Eugene Smith for the time and money that his company has put into printing not only these programs but the flyers. When they faxed me my copy last week of this program to proof and to make corrections on the biographical sketches, I noticed that under my name they had put that I was an expert in restoration history. I think Foy Vinson must have written that, because I know Roy Lanier didn't write that about me. And I wasn't real comfortable with it, so I called the Gospel Teachers Press and I said, why don't you just put that I'm an avid student of restoration history? And I wondered if I should spell that word. But I figured, no, these people they know what they're doing. So I read in the program now that I am an adamant student of restoration history, and my wife would probably concur with that judgment. But I do not intend for this speech to be adamant or aggressive, which is a word that some brethren have used about what I said in Nashville, or at least the printed copy, and I hope all of you have a copy of the address that has been printed. We distributed about 400 copies, as I recall, at Nashville, just typewritten. And these have been printed up now in a little booklet. If you don't have one, there's some others in the seats and some at the back, and you can take one with you and feel free to read it. It's 44 pages, and a lot of that is footnotes in small print, and some of you may not be interested in reading it. But I'll just begin there, because what I'm going to do for 28 minutes is I've got several points I want to make, like all of the speakers, and I'm going to quit at 28 minutes, whether I've said all of them or not. I've been accused of rewriting history in this booklet. I tried to go back, and as somebody with some formal training in history, and as an avid student of not only restoration history but other forms of it as well, to bring whatever measure of objectivity and fairness that I've been trained to do so as a writer and a student of history to this. I enjoyed listening to Brother Jackson's speech. I have appreciated his fine spirit. From a historical standpoint, what he said is, if I may be so blunt, historically short-sighted, because it's anecdotal. That is, it deals with one person's experience over a limited period of time, and of course that may be interesting as biography, but that's just a very small slice of what happened, and many people's experience would be quite different from what we have heard related here today. Now, let me go back to this idea of rewriting history. I've been in print with regard to these kinds of things, stating basically what's in this 44-page booklet for 15 years. It's been accessible to anybody who has access to even a mediocre library. Brother Harrell, whose lead I have followed basically in this and who will be on the panel, has been in print for 30 years, I suppose, on it. I have most recently, I've done this a half dozen times, I suppose, over the last 15 years, presented papers like this before professional historical societies, most recently in March, the American Academy of Religion. It has been well received. They have judged it again as a fair and objective attempt. People from various institutions, including David Lipscomb University, Abilene, Pepperdine, a number of other institutions that would hold views, I suppose, somewhat similar to these brethren who are sitting at the table here, have read it and have, if not commending everything about it, have accepted it as an attempt to be fair and objective. And I guess what I would say to those who think this is a slanted view of history or a revision of history is, if this isn't right, then one of you fellows needs to write something and tell us what's wrong with it, and where it's wrong, and where it's slanted, and what isn't fair and objective about it. I would make that request of you. Now, what I'm going to do for the remainder of the time that I have is just to walk through this and read a few paragraphs at a time and just deal with some things that I think are interesting, that we might pay profitably some attention with. I'm going to start very near to the front. I won't read the very first quotation that's there, because the brother who I'm quoting, and I don't see any need to call his name, has since said that he has recanted somewhat his view. And I appreciate the spirit that motivated that, but I quote it not so much as a single person's view, but as what I take to be a representative statement of how members of mainstream churches of Christ, if I may use that term, how leaders in what we have come to call institutional churches viewed those who came to be called antis at the end of the 1960s or thereabout. Or if we were to go back to, for example, if I can get this focused correctly, Joe, I'll scoot out of your picture for just a minute. The head of one of these institutions wrote the kind of rhetoric that reads, for example, on the bottom of the page, infidelity, agnosticism, and antiism have much in common. That is, to be an anti is like being an atheist. None ever brought a helping hand or healing ministry to the unfortunate of earth living in want and misery, assuming that that ought to be the work of the church to do that. Nor have they ever built a home for homeless children or a hospital, again, assuming that we ought to do that as collective groups of Christians in which to minister to the sick. And what I do in this particular booklet is just to pose the question, how did it come to this? How did we get to the point that even brethren of fine spirit, perhaps like Brother Jackson, and again, I appreciate his spirit, and others who will speak, with whom I've had association in the past, I've come to know and appreciate, for example, Brother Doran, who lives in my area and with whom I've had a number of interesting and lively conversations about Restoration history. What I basically try to do in this booklet is to go back about 50 years and talk a little bit about some changes that occurred around the time of World War II, not just in the thinking of one group of brethren, but in society as a whole, and how that affected churches. What developed in the post-war years, and what were the issues and some of the arguments that are used to support that. What caused some brethren to hang a yellow tag of quarantine on other brethren? If we're looking for historical causation, if we're trying to explain why things changed from the way they were 50 years ago, we might need to look at facts like the growth, the explosion, if you will, after World War II in the number of institutions supported by churches, from 5 or less to 30 or 40, all of them with their hands out begging for money from churches. We might need to look at what would cause brethren to say, let's just quarantine those, a charge probably not fully appreciated by those of us who grew up after a period in which wonder drugs and those kinds of things became daily facts of life. And I talk a little bit in the book about the separation, the growth, and the development of the two different, I hesitate to use the phrase groups of churches, because that approach is speaking the language of Ashdod, but I think you understand what I mean. And then something I hope I'll have time to return to at the end of this address, and that is what of the future and what can we do. What I basically try to describe in the booklet, in the period, for example, 1920 to 1940, is a period that might be described as a period of steady growth, of geographic expansion outside what we would roughly call the South, or now maybe the Sun Belt. Institutional development, where fledgling small colleges, some of whom took church money before, and orphanages as well, virtually exploded after 1945 to a much more numerically stronger group of institutions. I see it as a period of relative doctrinal harmony, represented not only by the denominational debates, the fact that heretics, rather than being warned that they would lose their place in the brotherhood, as came to be, I suppose, the main threat after the war, heretics were basically scorched. I've been handed a note to try to frame this better, and I'll have to tell you that that's the best we can do with this particular projector. We've been having trouble all day with regard to it. I'll apologize for that, but it's the best we can do. Actually, I'm going to edit a lot of stuff out. Let me talk for just a few minutes about an attempt that I make in the booklet to be fair. If you're looking at the booklet, pages 18 and 19, so I just leave those. I throw transparencies all over the place generally. I make the statement that it is no doubt true that there have been instances of non-institutional brethren who have used mirror logic, that is, who vacated the premises before they were invited to leave, who displayed rancorous attitudes in the process, who may have heaped derision and vilification upon their, quote, liberal opponents. I am not arguing that non-institutional brethren always behave themselves as they should. Surely, there is enough sin and fault to go around in this or any division. I'm not trying to paint all of the conservative brethren as guys in white hats and all of the institutional brethren as children of the devil. I do not try to do that. But whatever the case may be, I want us to see that there were more fundamental causes to this division than just the failure to call on somebody to lead in prayer, for example, or that some brethren on either side behave themselves in a manner unbecoming to Christians. And at the bottom of this particular transparency, I think probably on the next page, I make the point that whatever may be said of the conduct of individuals, whether specific individuals behave themselves or not, just in the nature of the case. It's true that the levers of power, if you were, in the brotherhood were clearly in the hands of the institutional majority. They controlled the colleges and the widely circulated papers and the television programs and radio programs and that sort of thing. And the message they sent, as it was clearly perceived by their non-institutional brethren, if you'll pardon the phrase, was a rough equivalent of go play in the traffic. Brother Roy Lanier told me, and I hope he won't mind my referring to him, in the course of preparing for this, that came as a surprise to him and to some others that we felt that way, many of us. My sense is that if you polled brethren in non-institutional churches, is that you would find that almost as a man, almost to a man, they would tell you exactly what I have just said, that from the perspective of where many of us or many of you sat, and I have childhood memories, for example, of my father, a deacon in the largest church north of the Ohio River, and the treasurer for that church being told either to write a check to a given orphanage, which I will not name, or get out. I don't think, if we're going to trade anecdotes, I don't think that's an isolated instance. That could be multiplied hundreds, maybe even thousands of times over. And to go back to what I've written in the booklet, in short, by the early 1960s, a clear message had been delivered to the minority tagged anti by the majority, delivered with all the smug superiority and condescension of an older sibling. It said, again, to use a vernacular, go away, kid, you bother me. I try to parallel what I see happening in this instance to things that David Philbeck, who's a historian of the independent Christian church movement, to what he wrote about the development of those kinds of institutions. A similar mentality, it seems to me, had evolved. I'm reading now from page 18 of the pamphlet, if you want to read along. A similar mentality had evolved, which was no longer willing to consider optional what had at first been defended as mere expediencies. The colleges, orphanages, and other institutions appended to the churches now seemed to many to be indispensable, absolutely necessary to the work of the church. How can we do the work of the church without big meetings and colleges and training schools? It's just, how can we do the work of the church without these kinds of things? That's the mentality that I'm talking about. Seen in this light, it was an easy step to elevate their value well above whatever questionable virtue the maintenance of fellowship with the cantankerous antis might possess. Non-institutional brethren could be deemed expendable if they could not agree to go along and get along. Many seem to believe their fellowship less valuable to the cause than the emerging network of colleges and other institutions erected and funded by the churches, ostensibly to the greater glory of God. I had an experience some time ago in Kentucky. I attend the Cane Ridge Lectureship, which Dr. Doran's been involved with for many years. And I posed a question at the last one that was conducted, that he and I attended, and many other people as well. And I posed a question to a well-known brother, who's, again, I see no purpose in calling his name, but you'd recognize it if I did. And among the comments that he made was this one. He said, "I honestly believe that a lot of the younger men among this movement don't know the history. I really think that they feel like what happened was we were all opposed to orphan homes at one time and all opposed to cooperative evangelism, and those of us who support such things have just apostatized and gone the way of all the world, when the fact of the matter is," this brother says, these are the facts in his version, "the fact of the matter is, back in history when we were united in the support of such matters and not in opposition." Well, I addressed that also in this particular booklet, and I'd like to just say a few words about that. If you want to turn to pages 10 and 11 of the booklet and read along, in case this looks fuzzy to you, as I'm sure it does. It may be fuzzy-headed as well to some of you, but we'll do the best we can. Again, I'm trying to be objective and honest here. There is no question about the fact that cooperative works, although probably smaller and seemingly more innocent in nature than some that we're seeing today, that's been present a long time before even the 20th century, in the 19th century even. That there had been some historical precedent for centralized support of citywide evangelistic endeavors cannot be successfully disputed. I've talked to some of my brethren who agree with the basic views that I hold, who have tried to, I guess, sort of pick my brain and say, can't you establish historically maybe that these, but the fact is that they have existed for a long time. There's no question about that. The cooperative efforts of the Hardeman Tabernacle meetings of the 20s and the 30s were reflected in other such post-World War II endeavors as the Houston Music Hall meetings, in which the Norhill Church undertook to oversee funds from Houston area churches so that Foy Wallace Jr. could preach lessons, which, transcribed and later published as God's prophetic word and bulwarks of the faith, would provide sermon material on which an entire generation of preachers would cut their teeth. The local preachers at Norhill at that time were Luther Blackman and Wallace's close friend Roy E. Caldwell, who before long would launch his own printing company, largely to be able to publish Wallace's books as well as his paper, The Bible Banner, later The Gospel Guardian, and in which Caldwell would later renounce the centralized arrangement of the music hall meetings. And I want to pause for just a moment and refer to that. I talk about the question of who changed. This is from one of the footnotes, and I've documented that there. If somebody would like to look at it or challenge it, you're free to do that. Caldwell, Blackman, Guardian editor Yater Tant, and others who initially supported such efforts in the 1950s primarily became convicted or were forced by conviction of conscience and, as they saw it, consistency to withdraw their support for such collective endeavors. And since this is a history section, I go on to add, in much the same way as men like Talbert Fanning and Benjamin Franklin, who were initial supporters and defenders of 19th century missionary society endeavors, eventually withdrew their support for such efforts and indeed became vocal opponents of such works. I meant to go back and check this, but I recently spent 5 weeks in Eastern Europe and just had about 8 days at home before I came here, and I didn't get a chance to do it. Fanning, if I'm not badly mistaken, was the recording secretary for the Tennessee Society, and I believe Franklin served for a while at least as president of the Indiana Christian Missionary Society. Now, to those who are interested in questions about who changed, I would say several things, one of which is who cares who changed. I'm happy to go on record as saying I don't care what happened in Houston in the 40s, or Birmingham in the 50s, or Nashville in the 20s or 30s. I go on to say in one of the footnotes, the discussion of historical precedent is an interesting one. I'm interested in studying about that. It's an intriguing way to spend a few hours reading these sorts of things, which both sides often adduce to bolster claims, but which is ultimately meaningless. Since, even if uniform, what the so-called pioneers did provides no validity for doctrine or practice unless you're willing to accept a point of view akin to the Roman Catholic idea of the authority of tradition, and I don't think anybody here is. In this context, it simply demonstrates that sincere, intelligent, and honorable persons can and do change their minds. Should we say that Franklin and Fanning should not have changed because initially they supported societies? Should they have been locked into that position for the rest of their lives? Or is it better for someone upon studying the Scriptures and seeing that something that began relatively innocently and now threatens perhaps to take on, because of the growth and development of a whole tangled web of these things, maybe we need to go back and take a second look at that and change our minds to conform to what the Bible teaches rather than the other way around. That's the point I'm trying to make. It may also indicate that people sometimes do contradictory things, or that we're not always entirely self-consistent. Brother Jackson told me that I'd be his lifelong friend if I'd tell him how young he looks. And so I'm going to quote something from David Lipscomb here and just say Lipscomb died, if I remember correctly, in 1917. Brother Jackson, I know you must have been born after that time.
Yeah, I was.
And so I want to talk about something, again, just as an illustration, and there's a booklet printed, which, again, you can get in the back. If you don't have a copy of the gray one, there's a yellow one back there on congregational cooperation. And among other things, it quotes, in this case, David Lipscomb's comments about the famous Henderson meetings, where a church in West Tennessee sought to take the oversight for a number of different churches and to oversee their use of funds. Now, we're going to talk about history and when opposition to these things developed, and if we're going to discuss the question, have we always been united on these things, and has it been uniform brotherhood opinion that these were okay and we should just go ahead and do that? Well, let me just share with you a few comments from the pen of David Lipscomb. Now, I'm not trying to say that whatever Lipscomb wrote was okay, but read with me what he wrote and see whether this sounds like what's always been done is that we've just supported cooperative works without anybody questioning it. This is from the Gospel Advocate, March 24th, 1910. Now, what was that, speaking of these Henderson meetings where this church became, in effect, a sponsoring church, what was that but the organization of a society in the elders of the church? The church elders at Henderson constitute a board to collect and pay out the money and control the evangelist for the brethren of West Tennessee, and all the preachers are solicitors for this work. And if you're saying, well, again, so what about West Tennessee? Let's bring it a little closer to where we are. Lipscomb said this very same course was pursued in Texas a number of years ago. The elders of the church at Dallas were made the supervisors of the work, received the money, employed the preacher, directed and counseled him. For a number of years, they employed C.M. Wilmoth, and he then dropped out of the work, and the Texas Missionary Society took the place. Other experiments along the same course have been made, and all of them, Lipscomb said, went into society work. Now, here's the point that I want to make. As with Lipscomb, all meetings of churches or officers of churches to combine more power than a single church possesses is wrong. God's power is in God's churches, in local congregations, in individuals doing his work, not in mass meetings, not necessarily in television. I don't have any objection to it. I've preached on television a time or two myself. You sometimes wonder, though, hearing some of the rhetoric, how the first century church survived the first century without those kinds of things. Lipscomb goes on to say, a Christian, one or more, may visit a church with or without an invitation and seek to stir them up to faithful discharge of their duties. I suppose he would say maybe even to make a contribution to them, even though they're technically not a member there. But for one or more to direct what and how all the churches shall work, or to take charge of their men and money and use it to assume the authority God has given to the church, each one needs the work of distributing and using its funds as well as in giving them. Now, I offer that simply as an exhibit. This is not something that happened in 1951, and if we're going to talk about historical precedent, perhaps we need to be a little better historically informed when we speak. How much time do I have, brother? Okay, I've got 5 minutes then, basically. Roy Lanier said, surprise me and end early. I'll try. One other thing that I quote in the booklet, and I'll just cover this very briefly. I think it's on page 30 if you want to look at it, is, and I'm trying to give an illustration in reaction to the kind of session that we're going to hear tonight about the development of this problem of hermeneutics. Some of you may have heard that word before. And I quote an 1893 article from the Christian Standard in which a brother talks about the fact that we just toss off apostolic examples if we like, and we follow them if we like, and if we don't like it, we just ignore it. Now, many of you, from both sides of this question, I would ask, when you heard things like that from some brethren in Nashville, were horrified, rightfully so, in my opinion. And that sort of thing has been adduced or introduced to try to prove and to advance, actually, a number of things. I've got a quotation here. I'm not sure you can see it. I'll explain what it is. This is an excerpt from a Master of Divinity thesis at Harvard University several years ago, written by a woman who identifies herself as a co-minister for the Brookline Church of Christ in suburban Boston. And this thesis is written as an open letter to churches of Christ, and it is an argument advanced on the basis of the fact that since Jesus allowed women to accompany him when he was on the earth, and since women were important to the life of Jesus, and since he used them in his parables as the illustrations and so forth, therefore women ought to be able to preach. I won't read a lot of this, but she identifies the basic argument in this particular way. Women were important in the life of Jesus from beginning to end. Women are ever present in the birth narratives. Jesus used them in his parables. He talks to women, etc., etc. And therefore the argument is, if Jesus did it, then we ought to be able to do it today. Jesus takes a radical view of women, and his response to women was radical. He did give both men and women the commission to evangelize, she says, and to tell the gospel story. Now, I would guess that even among those of you, brethren, who would support some of the institutions that I mentioned in this booklet, that in theory at least, that what you would say is we don't buy that argument. We disagree with that kind of hermeneutic, if you will. And yet what is amazing to some of us who you style conservatives or other kind of language, and I don't mind if you call me an anti, by the way. I've been called worse, and by professionals too. We're all anti-something or other, I hope. Here's a Dallas area publication from 1990, in which a good brother, I'm sure, out of sincere motives, I have no question. But he begins by asking the question, is medical mission work scriptural? And he expresses amazement that anybody would even ask that question. It has always been a source of bewilderment to me that this is even a tenable question. Can't quite understand why anybody would even ask such a question. Is medical mission work scriptural? But we'll condescend, he says. He doesn't say that exactly, but maybe it's a valid question, and so we'll talk about it. What is the argument here? We are instructed to be Christ-like. If we believe in lives of action instead of lip service, we must follow in the paths of the man of Galilee trod. We find in the Gospels that he taught, fed people, healed the sick, cast out demons, and so forth. The argument is the same. If Jesus did it, we can do it. Now, what I would like somebody to help me understand is, what is the difference in those two arguments? What would some brother who buys into this argument in support of medical missions, what would he have to say consistently to this woman who wants to preach? Again, I suppose out of sincere motives. What kind of argument can be adduced and made in that particular sense? Well, there are a lot of other things I'd like to say. I'll just close by reading the last paragraph of my speech. How much time do I have? 1 minute. That ought to get it just about right. I don't mean to be pessimistic, but I pose the question, what can meetings like the Dallas meeting produce? I think several things. Number one, it might result in some people changing their minds or their lives, perhaps their convictions about some of these issues. More likely, however, in the second place, it may simply reinforce convictions already long held. Third, it will produce an insight, I hope, for learning about each other, which might prove useful even if nothing else results. And finally, from my perspective, it may help all of us who are younger resolve that it will not happen again in our lifetime if we can help it. Perhaps such divisions are inevitable every 2 or 3 generations as new levels of sophistication are attained. People that I respect have told me so, but I would like to think that by learning from the past, by teaching with great patience and instruction, by recognizing the factors and circumstances of division, perhaps our children and their children can avoid the quick rush into another division which can never be healed. Maybe that task is futile. Some whose judgment I respect have said as much, but I must try. I thank you for your attention.
Separation that we're involved in. And in many ways, the interesting thing about this conference is that we are here. That's partly personal, because those of us with some age on us once worked in a church that was more united, in churches that were more united. It is true that I knew R.H. Lanier in high school. We played basketball together. And I was the center who took all of the licks and collected all of the rough stuff under the basket, and R.H. stood out in the corner and waved his hand to throw the ball to him. But the fact of the matter is that what exists today are separate communities, separate connections, and the next generation is entirely unlikely to have the same kinds of views and associations that those of us had who predate the 1950s. Furthermore, the issues that have divided us are not going to disappear, and in fact there are not a few issues, but the issues have proliferated as time has gone on. And so the fact is that we are not here to heal some sort of marginal schism, but we're here to discuss what it is that's led us to the point that we're now at. It seems to me that the nature of the historical division in the 20th century and the 19th century are strikingly similar. We obviously don't have time to talk about them right now. But in both centuries, what happened is a time came when critical issues rose to critical heights, and people were called on to make decisions about them. The issues were not new in either the 19th or the 20th century. It is true that none of the things that divided institutional and conservative churches began in the 1950s. What changed in the 1950s was the size and the nature of the debate that took place. Different people changed sides. Brother Jackson said he had never heard anybody oppose these things prior to the 1950s. He didn't read Brother W.W. Odie then, or Brother John T. Lewis, or Brother James Allen, who was for a time editor of the Gospel Advocate, men who always opposed institutionalism. Some people changed in one direction, some people changed in another direction. The question is, what did you do? And I believe that the venue for division in the Restoration movement has always revolved around how one reacted when elevated issues were raised. I think people react in three ways. Some say we're going to stop doing what's being done because it violates the hermeneutic. There are others who say the hermeneutic is wrong. And if you want to know about that, all you have to do is go to Abilene next weekend. And some people, it seems to me, including many in this room, and we'll perhaps have time to explain this more fully, essentially have a stronger loyalty to the Church of Christ than to the hermeneutic. And I believe in both the 19th and the 20th century, what we've ended up with is three groups. One that tried to consistently stay with the hermeneutic, one that abandoned the hermeneutic, and one that essentially showed a primary loyalty to the church.
I join with all these others in expressing appreciation for the opportunity to be here, and I'm glad that all of you are here too. In education, sometimes we say if you want to touch the past, you touch a rock. If you want to touch the present, you feel a rose. And if you want the future, you touch a person. And that's why I think we're here, not so much for the past, but to touch a rose maybe in the present and to touch some persons for the future. When we think about where we are, and I agree with Brother Harrell completely that we are in separate connections, if we want to put it that way. My personal conviction is that the only way that's going to change is by one person deciding that he's doing right or doing wrong and changing and becoming right. And I think this whole matter is going to be a one-on-one kind of a thing that all of us have to take a look at as we go along. I appreciated Brother Jackson's comments in at least the spirit of them, in saying all of you are in my fellowship. I've never made this a test of fellowship. I have to get down to business, though, when we talk about that. And business says to me that this is not just a matter of who leads prayer. It's a matter of what we share in. And I think we're going to have to ask ourselves, what are we going to share in? Not so much who we like or who we will even allow to lead a prayer, but what we'll do and what we will participate in doing in the churches. And I have to ask these brethren, myself, to please help us to know what you will share in and who we are talking with this week. We went to Nashville and we had a little bit of a time with a great variety of dispositions, and I think what one fellowships, what he will share in, and what he will go along with has a lot to say with how far we've come historically. And I guess I really want to ask some of these brethren, are we going to share with those who question the verbal inspiration of the Scriptures or who call for the new hermeneutic? Should we build gymnasiums? Is recreation and entertainment the work of the church? Is the worldly church just a concept to talk about, or is that a reality in action, and are we going to do anything about that? And are we going to share in the things that are involved in that? Obviously, we're going to talk about whether churches can oversee other churches, but is that important if they do? Is a serious question to me. I think we need to know if we're willing to say to all the brethren who are now willing to accept instrumental music, I won't draw a line, or I won't do anything about that, or I will consider that something that I will share in.
I'm happy to be a part of such an occasion as this, because I think that good can come of it because of our spirit of love and devotion to the Lord Jesus Christ and to the Word of God as our only rule of faith and practice. This is the historical section of our meeting, and I think Brother Hulen Jackson was online in dealing with these things that are a matter of history. And it doesn't invalidate history when one is a personal observer. I think Brother Wolfgang's comments were missing the point of both the type of discussion that this is at this time, as well as dealing with the fact that this is the historical section. And if the apostles could give a valid historical document, though by inspiration, of the work of Christ, and that would not invalidate their work because it was personal. It certainly doesn't invalidate the work of uninspired men whenever they make their personal comments. It's good that we have people like that who were a part of the immediate things that were going on. And while most of that first generation of those who were involved in these questions are no longer with us, some are. I was just a young preacher and was invited and was a part of the Arlington meeting. And I recall very much there the fact that there were divisions among the 15 of the opposite view, as well as divisions among us. And we'll be talking more about what we are discussing with each other. I want to deal with what was a part of the two speeches originally, Brother Hulen Jackson's speech and Brother Steve Wolfgang's speech. The idea of the yellow tag that was mentioned was simply one man's statement, and certainly was not the attitude of the Brotherhood over the practice of refusing to support Herald of Truth or of orphans' homes. Most of the division came because people pressed the issues that were a matter of opinion, and they made personalities more important. and they divided brethren. And that's a sin to divide brethren over things that are not scriptural. There are many things that I'd like to discuss about that. And I think that this was very clear in the fact that our late brother Franklin Puckett, who had the recorder shut off at the Arlington meeting one afternoon, when it was brought up that some had even had public debates that it was a sin to support an orphan not a member of the church out of the treasury, and those who did so would go to hell. And he said, turn off the recorders. And he said, brethren, I want to make an appeal. I do not believe that things like that ought to divide us, and I will not go to the judgment over matters that have to do with the support of little children like that, and I'm not going to be driven to an extreme like that. There were other divisions there, and still there are among us on both sides. Some of them are very serious, and others we need to go back and look at in the very view of history. And I believe that some of these things can be aided if we'll look at them properly in the setting not only of history as to what has happened, that's important, but also from the view of what the Bible principles that are involved in it have to do with these matters.
Timekeeper decides to shoot. Commitment from him before he does that he'll pay my hotel bill and take care of my wife and get her back to Kentucky. I thought this session was going to be wholly devoted to the historical aspects of the problems that arose and not the problems themselves. You have outlined in other sessions of this series the issues themselves that you're going to discuss. Will Rogers said that he did not know anything except what he read in the paper. Well, I don't know much more than Will Rogers said he knew, but what I do know, I know right well. I know what happened in Kentucky, and it happened long before Steve Wolfgang was born, and I was there. I was baptized in 1927 by Alonzo Williams at the old 100-year-old church in Cuba. I did not know anything about division within the Church of Christ then. Oh, I knew there were some people that opposed bobbed hair and wearing rouge and required everybody to wear a hat and some things like that. But it was a long time before I heard of the Bolites, or the Summerites, or the Antis, or the Conservatives, or the Liberals within the Church of Christ. Back in 1928, I went to Freed Hardeman College. Following that summer, I sang in meetings for preachers. And the only deviant among those preachers during that period of time was a fellow who taught that the kingdom of God had not yet been established. Later, Bollism and premillennialism arose. Foy E. Wallace held a debate with Charles E. Neal in Winchester, Kentucky in 1933. All of the congregations of central Kentucky supported that debate. Wallace came to Lexington following the debate and held a meeting that was sponsored and financed by all of the congregations of that area. Nobody was opposed to that kind of operation at that time, and no issue was raised about the orphans' home. And in this little old congregation where we lived, we used the fifth Sunday to take up contributions to send to the orphans' home. We sent clothing and food and medicine and anything else we could collect to them. So it was a long time after that, historically, before we began to divide over the question. So I want to talk about the ancient history, if you want to talk about my day,
which I suppose predates most of you, except maybe 8 or 10 who's in the audience today, and we're about the same age. And I hope that in our discussion this afternoon we can talk about the time frame in which the division took place, and then let the other folks talk about whether the issues that are between us today ought to be promulgated by us, or we ought to all oppose them. I'm just as opposed to the new hermeneutics, if I know what it is, as you are. I'm opposed to all of the liberalism that is represented by a lot of them today, as are you. I believe today just what I did when Lonzo Williams put me under the water and I came up a member of the church, and I've tried to stay in the church and out of everything else since that time.
I cannot believe it. All 4 of them stopped on time. We are delighted with this experiment. You elders, if you go back to your churches and say preachers can do this, we're not going to say you're telling the truth. Now then, we will continue this in a panel discussion. Who wants to speak first? Just raise your hand and let me recognize you. Now, you fellows are just discussing this in front of us.
Well, you say who speaks first.
Ed?
Okay. Tell me when to stop. I'm with Brother Doran. I think that I intend to keep my remarks pretty much to history. I confess I have some problem with the personal and anecdotal approach to history as well. I've been teaching history for 30 years, and I've discovered when you're teaching about a war, the one thing you don't want to do is listen to a guy who was there, because he knows absolutely nothing except what was happening right in his area. Now, so clearly we have to look at it in a somewhat broader canvas than that. I think Brother Doran raised a very important question that perhaps we should direct some attention to, and that is, when did this happen? I have a different date from Brother Jackson. I think his was not bad. I think it happened beginning in about 1942 and 1943 when G.C. Brewer wrote a series of articles and made a series of speeches in which he said when World War II is over, the whole world is going to be open to our evangelization. And we need to pick some good churches that can sponsor the work in Europe and in Asia, which he did, Broadway and the Memphis church. And we need to do that work, and we need to train some men to do it, and we need to quit arguing about it, and if anybody doesn't like it, they can lump it. Actually, the debate over sponsoring church arrangements, orphan homes, had been going on heatedly in the Firm Foundation. Old Brother Showalter sometimes would take an opposing view. But what that did is it raised the level of the debate, and it raised the size of what was being done so that people were forced to take a new and much more serious look at it. And essentially what some brethren said is we're going to do it whether anybody likes it or not.
Hardeman?
Brother Harrell mentioned Brother John T. Lewis and others that have opposed institutionalism, as he called it. Brother Lewis did come out very strongly in opposition to orphans' homes. I was a very personal friend of his, knew him well, and what is not told by Brother Harrell is that Brother Lewis started the Homewood Church in Birmingham and collected the money from whatever source he could to provide for that congregation's beginning and had it paid for, the property that they had at the beginning. And Brother Lewis was not opposed to cooperation in that view. Now, he did oppose orphans' homes, and when Child Haven began, he very vehemently spoke against it and made some statements that I think he came to regret in some meetings with regard to some of the things. And brethren on both sides made statements that they came to regret. He mentioned how Brother Brewer had wanted the Union Avenue Church and Broadway and others to take over the work. One of the elders at Broadway wrote an article in which he pleaded with brethren, if they didn't want to spend their own money, didn't know how to spend it, send it to them, and they'd spend it. And he regretted that. Brother Paul Sherrod was his name, and he came out against that later and said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to leave the impression that I think congregations are not able to carry on their own work. But we can cooperate in preaching the gospel. And brethren, that's been done by the leading proponents of the anti-movement as well as by those who believed in cooperation. And if you don't believe it, I can furnish the canceled checks where some of the brethren who were leaders in the movement right here in this room have received funds, much like the Herald of Truth sent funds for radio programs. Now, that's just a part of the historical aspect of it.
Colin, do you have a comment?
I think I was just going to add to what Brother Ed said a little while ago. He was talking about Brewer's comments, and I think then some things proceeded from that in the late 40s, particularly around 47, when the thing blew up in the papers between Hardeman and Foy Wallace, and that accented the intensity of the feelings on either side, and made this thing blow up among the brethren like it did.
Brother Doran?
Back to Brother Harrell's war illustration of historical aspects of it. You can't discuss a shooting war if you don't know something about the conditions that led up to the assassination of the Prince of Austria. And that's what I think we ought to give some attention to. The ancient history of the situation as it was. You take Danville, Kentucky, where Brother Wolfgang has preached for 12 years. Church was started there in the early 1940s. I preached in Danville when they met at a little residence. And congregations helped support that work, as the Nicholasville church did where I was preaching. And I have a picture of 12 men who attended one of those meetings at Danville. But sometime after 1940, 4 of those 12 men opposed orphans' homes, and the rest of us preached for places that went along and supported them like they always had. Now, what happened at Danville? Well, I'll tell you what happened at Danville. Roy Cogdell's name?
Half a minute. Go ahead.
Oh, I'll wait. I'll say this when I get back. I just wanted to tell all of it before he responded to it. Roy Cogdell came to Danville to hold a meeting. And he held an afternoon session over at Stanford. And he announced to the congregations composed of elders and preachers and all of us that there was an inevitable division coming over the question of the orphans' home and cooperation. Well, a lot of people were disturbed about that. And soon after that, the church where the Brother Wolfgang preaches went non-institutional. Well, the rest of us in that area stayed like we were. Now, I don't know what we could have done to have kept Cogdell from saying that. And I don't know what good he did by coming up and saying that to us, because some of us didn't divide. I haven't divided yet. Okay. Thank you for the half minute.
Minute and a half. Ed, you look like you're...
Well, yes, let me
The back of your head looks like...
I don't want to denigrate the personal experiences at all, because they are important and they're instructive, and I certainly had plenty myself. Nor did I want to imply that anyone's particular historic position was defensible. I simply wanted to point out that all of those arguments are not brand new in the 1950s. They've been going on for a long time. A lot of people changed. I changed. I was a protege of B.C. Goodpasture. My best friend was Clyde. Earl West changed. Bill Humble changed. All kind of people changed. I think that's what the division was all about, was that issues were elevated. I don't think we divided about the issues, Fanny. I think we divided about how you're going to approach the issues. And that, in fact, everybody was forced into the decision under the circumstances of history of making up their mind what they were going to do about it. And I don't care how far you were off the beaten track, sooner or later you had to decide.
But Ed, do you think that really it should have been a point of division like that? Should it have been? Even where there were divisions over whether or not we should support Herald of Truth or send money to Germany, every congregation had its own autonomy. They could do what they wanted to do about it. Couldn't we be brethren? You brethren certainly don't agree on everything. You've got those who believe God's divine cooperative is the individual. No cooperation of any kind above that level. You have those who oppose Christian colleges, those who believe that Christian colleges are all right and Christian name is all right connected with them. You have divisions. They haven't divided you. Why should these issues divide us? That's the point.
Okay. I don't want to... I can speak to that at great length.
You may have 2 minutes.
Colin?
Are you next?
We're going to have a whole session on that a little later on why we divide at certain times, and I think from a doctrinal point of view that is. I think my response to that simply is, when I can't share in doing something with brethren that are doing that, then that forces me into a position of making that decision.
In other words, with Paul and Barnabas, you would have said, since I can't share with Barnabas' idea, we ought to divide. Certainly not. Surely not.
Well, let me give a response. I think the time comes when we have to decide about, number one, what area am I going to spend my life working in if divisions become inevitable. And after all, we don't control history that thoroughly. But I believe there are two different kinds of divisions that take place in the Restoration movement. Some that are divisions between people who are essentially reading the Bible in the same way and reacting to the Bible in the same way. There are other divisions that come when the churches come to include people who are no longer reading the Bible the same way.
Yeah.
Now, what I would say is that I think you fellas went with an awful lot of people that were reading the Bible that way, and you're still with them. And that what many people did is end up determined that they were going to defend the Church of Christ. And I believe that's what happened in the 19th century as well. Now, individually, I wouldn't want to charge anybody with that, because I think many of you didn't do that.
No.
But I believe that that's the basis upon which the division comes, when the time comes when we seriously question the way in which we're approaching the Scriptures.
But Ed, I was taught early when I was baptized, and I know a little more than you would imply that I have to deal with Kentucky. I've been this side of Mississippi before I came to Dallas. But David Lipscomb wrote in the Gospel Advocate on July 23, 1901, and he gave a list of individuals and congregations that contributed to the Fanning Orphan School and to the Nashville Bible School. I couldn't find anything that anybody took issue with David Lipscomb on that. Now, the issues that arose between West Tennessee and David Lipscomb, David Lipscomb was accusing the people in West Tennessee of doing a thing which he himself was doing in Nashville. And if you read all of the history in the Gospel Advocate, or wherever it was about it, Lipscomb was having similar meetings, so they Tennessee in Nashville at that time. Now, my point of it all has been, I was baptized and the Lord added me to the Church of Christ. Now, what else should I defend except the Church of Christ? I'm not going to defend some person who goes off at a tangent with the Church of Christ, and I don't believe I have. I believe I'm preaching it just like I did the first one I preached in 1929 at Old Webb's Chapel in Carlisle County. But the issues arose. Well, why didn't we just let each congregation decide what it was going to do about that as an autonomous body controlled by the elders or overseen by the... and then everybody else leave them alone? I think that's where you all pub the dub by saying, well, now, you're doing the wrong thing. You're supporting orphans. Well, what if they did?
Colleen, do you have
My response to that simply is that our responsibility is to teach the truth in all situations. If we teach the truth when we preach to these folks, on whether it's right or wrong to change the organization of the church or to contribute to an institution out here, then that's going to make an effect on their practice.
But we didn't change. We didn't change, Charlie. We didn't change to doing it that way. You all changed to not doing it that way.
All right. What I said was, when we come down to decide what the Scripture teaches on these things, on what the church ought to do, what the organization of the church ought to be, we're under obligation to teach the truth on that to these churches. Then each church makes its own mind up. I don't know anybody that set itself up as the divider of all the churches. But I know some preachers who went about preaching the truth on what the organization of the church is. And when they did that, then there had to be some decisions made about what brethren would do and what they'd share in. That's the point I'm making.
What, Hardeman?
I think that one point of history ought to be brought out, and that is that Brother Caldwell did not begin the Bible Banner. In fact, that was begun by the family that owned the Gospel Advocate. And they funded the Bible Banner for Brother Foy Wallace. I believe that's correct. And I see Brother Furman Curley nodding his head yes, and he's editor of the Gospel Advocate. Another thing is that Brother Wallace himself said that he would always do what he did in that Houston Music Hall meeting. He never would change that, and never did. And he said there's a difference between premillennialism, and Brother Harrell brought up a good point. There are some things that will divide. They're doctrinal. But functional things should not divide us where God hasn't specified the detail. And Brother Foy Wallace stated very clearly, wherever he went in meetings, that the questions about orphans' homes and cooperation are not doctrinal like premillennialism, but they're functional. And he said we need to make a distinction between it.
You're starting to preach, Hardeman.
Well, I'll tell you what history says.
Okay.
Well, I think the question is that's not terribly relevant again, is who kicked who out. Every place I ever was, for a little personal history, I got kicked out. But that may have been different in other places. And we can say, oh, well, it doesn't really make any difference. We'd still call on you to lead prayer. The question is, would you have me on the Abilene lectures? And so the kind of real division that takes place is real. We can't argue about that. Now, what we divided about, I insist, is not simply that we disagreed about issues. We did disagree about them. Now, whether they're functional or doctrinal is a question that's going to have to be discussed here in some other meetings. I think we all agree that we ought not to divide about anything that doesn't matter. But the question is whether these things matter or not. And but I believe that we divided when the time came, when many of us, certainly in my personal case, when I became convinced that the people I was talking to concretely about these issues were no longer reasoning from the same hermeneutic. Now, I believe you got an awful lot of fellows that travel the road with you who are now saying exactly that, so that you're kind of surrounded. And on our side, I'm saying that you violate the hermeneutic, and on your other side, there are people who are saying the hermeneutic doesn't work if you do the things that you do. So it appears to me that that's the point that needs to be addressed, and it will be addressed here.
Ed, do you think all of those, though, have been aligned with what you'd call us? Have not some of those that have left the hermeneutic been aligned with you, brethren? Shall I give names?
Oh, no. That's just my way. I was sure glad to see him go.
Well, now, that's my point. I don't think that most of the brethren have changed their views toward the Scriptures and their authority. There have been mavericks and always will be, and they'll be exposed. But they don't represent generally the brotherhood. I can't tell what the brotherhood is. I hold about 40 meetings a year, but, you know, what is that to all the congregations there are? But I know that some of those at Nashville do not represent most of the congregations in the Dallas-Fort Worth area in what they said. And I certainly wouldn't agree with them. I feel much closer to you than I do to some of them.
Oh, indeed so. Let me say this to Charlie. When L.R. Wilson left Tampa in what was then the Florida Christian College, he wrote me a letter and said, I have recommended to the board, and the board wants you to come to take my place at Florida Christian College when I leave here. Well, I wrote and said that I didn't want to leave Kentucky, and I don't want to leave Kentucky. Don't want to now leave Kentucky. But now what if I had accepted that appointment? Where would I be? Where would you be? Where would the college be today? If I remained as I was when they asked me to take the job, and they are not where I was when they asked me to take the job, where would we be in that situation, and who would have caused the difference? You reckon?
Either one.
You get Brother Doran down there, we'd probably convert him.
Well, I think that the brethren that I know believe in the autonomy of the local congregation. In fact, we sort of like, as my dad used to say, we're like the Indian's tree. We're so straight up we lean backward on that we might even treat other congregations as if they were denominations in the area, rather than as brethren. And that's sad. We ought to promote fellowship, and that's what I hope can come out of meetings like this. As we go back in history, we can sort of see some things there that were wrong on both sides. And if we'd been big enough to say, like Brother Paul Sherrod, brethren, I'm sorry for what I said. I didn't mean all the implications. I was just so zealous for mission work in Germany that I wanted to say, if you're not doing anything, please help us. And let's go preach the gospel to the world. And there's a whole lost world still out there, bigger than it was then. And we need to come together on the basis of the Word of God as our only rule of faith and practice. And let's stand there.
Are we assuming in that the issues that are involved in our discussion here don't have a strong, definitive, scriptural
Well, Cully,
basis?
I think all three of you speakers, in opposition to what you call the institutional view, all three of you have used words that it wasn't as big back then as it is now. Is it the size of it that's wrong, or the principle back of it? You said that, Brother Ed Harrell said it, and Brother Steve Wolfgang talked about before World War II it wasn't as large as it is now, but the same principle.
I think it's the basis
Yes.
upon which you try to defend it. And the question of whether, after decades of debate, one can any longer consider it defensible or not. Let me just make a historical comment that gets us back. I'm absolutely persuaded, and have written much about this, that out of the 19th century, what you get is three clear religious communions coming. The Disciples of Christ, the ultra-liberal Restoration group, the Churches of Christ, the ultra-conservative, and the undenominational Fellowship of Christian Churches and Churches of Christ, which essentially was a basically conservative-minded group that defended instrumental music and the Missionary Society, or a group of congregational cooperation. I believe you got exactly the same thing happening in the 20th century. Have written, if it's wrong, it's going to be in every encyclopedia in the country. That what you have is coming at the same kind of three-way division. Brethren who are conservative, but who defended essentially the practices that came to be challenged in the middle of the 20th century. And so I think the substance of this discussion clearly has to go on to the sessions that follow about whether these are scriptural practices or not. I do believe that's what's happened.
That's a good note on which to pause. And hadn't it been interesting to hear four old men talk about history?
What do you...
I am just delighted that these four old men are able to be so instructive to us younger folks. This has been a good experiment. We're going to take a short break in just a moment and come back. Now, you do understand we have another little session at which your questions can be directed to any of these four plus the two major speakers for a few moments. Write your questions down. Do not make arguments or statements. Simply ask questions, and we'll try to give them to the panel and the speakers for the next session. We will take Let me be sure I've got all my 27 announcements here. Yes, we will take a 5-minute break right now. We are delighted you're back. We have a session now that will be questions and some answers. We are, again, experimenting a little bit. We're hopeful that these men will be able to answer these questions in 2 minutes or less. This is probably going to give a heart attack to these preachers to have to do this, but we are again hoping, we're experimenting, and we're hoping that this will be an informative type session where you can ask the questions that you feel ought to be dealt with in regard to the historical perspectives. I have been asked to caution each of the speakers to be sure and speak well and clearly and loudly into the microphones. Some of our younger people are having difficulty hearing it. And when our speakers, our 2 major speakers come, they will come to this microphone. And of course the panelists have each their own microphone. The first question, does the fact that Lewis, Lipscomb, or others were inconsistent, this is to Hardeman Nichols incidentally, excuse me for not telling you, Hardeman, does the fact that Lewis, Lipscomb, or others were inconsistent, or that they practiced what they now oppose, justify the thing practiced, that is, the sponsoring church?
Well, I don't think they were inconsistent. I don't think they practiced what they opposed. But sometimes we've tried to assign to their words things that they didn't mean. They believed in the orphan's home. They believed in cooperation. They did not believe in one congregation taking over another congregation, nor do we. We believe in the autonomy of the local congregation.
Brother Harrell, which do you regard as a more important loyalty, to the church or to the hermeneutic, and why?
Boy, I want to answer that other one, too. I think that that answer is absolutely correct, that what those men were loyal to, I believe, was the hermeneutic, was the principle. And when I read their writings, I would frequently see where it seems to me they were clearly violating that. But, you know, we don't see everything at the same time. So I think they were loyal to the principle. And my answer to that is that I am loyal only to the hermeneutic. I am loyal to the Church of Christ in the divine sense, but not in the earthly sense at all. I have absolutely no sense of denominational pride or loyalty.
Question to Steve Wolfgang. Oh my, this is sort of a strong implication.
Bring it on.
Lay it on him.
Have you read the Gospel Advocate of November 15, 1954, December 9, 1954, note 33 in your booklet? Note 33 in your booklet. Okay, here's the question. Isn't it the case that the expression, the yellow tag of quarantine, is not used in the Gospel Advocate, but was Cecil Douthat's coinage? Somebody signed this, but I can't read the question nor the signature. It must be some doctor that signed it. But am I reading the question right? Actually, the question is, the yellow tag of quarantine is not used in the Gospel Advocate, but was used in Brother Douthat's coinage alone, or something to that effect.
Short answer to the question is yes. I have read them. Hardeman Nichols asked me that question at the break, as a matter of fact, and I presume...
I didn't hand in the question.
Okay, well, that's all right.
I can write legibly.
Yeah. Brother Douthat did use that coinage in the title of his article in The Guardian of the next year. But the phrase, yellow tag of quarantine or tag of quarantine, is in fact used first in the Gospel Advocate. It's not used in the title, but the idea is certainly there. And again, this is based on my memory of things that I haven't read it for the last 2 or 2.5 years. But when I wrote this material, yes, I did go back and read that. And I will make this observation that arises from this other discussion that we've had, that actually what's interesting historically about that call for isolation of people who would not go along with the program, if you will, is before any of the published debates ever took place. Now, there had been some skirmishes in the papers, but this is before the Indianapolis debate in '54. It's before either Brother Tant's debates or Brother Harper. It's before Caldwell's debate in '57. Before this question was ever explored in a really public sense as to what the issues was, we get guys, editors of papers, writing without anybody answering this, by the way. I mean, it's interesting to me that now there's some people who maybe want to distance themselves a little bit. My question is, where were they in January of '55? If this is such an offensive thing, why didn't somebody write and say, Brother Goodpasture, you're over the line? Brother Goodpasture, this is going too far, or whoever else may have been in charge of it. That's my question.
This is to Brother Jackson. The people you think are, quote, doing some awful things, end of quote, parenthesis, your words, close parenthesis, comma. Do you believe you are to fellowship with them? Specifically those who are asking for a new hermeneutic, women preachers, the discipling movement, spelled as if it were the disciplining movement. Do you consider them in your fellowship? Brother Jackson, do you understand that question?
Now, don't count this as part of my 2 minutes. I won't explain why I've been such a popular preacher and preached in Dallas over 48 years. It's explained by what a good friend said to me. She thought I was the only good preacher in the world. But she said, after a sermon, you know what I like about your preaching the best? I thought she meant my oratory, my perfect grammar, enunciation. I said, what's that? And she said, well, there's not much to it. Now, I've always been a preacher of short sermons. Now, I'm not going to go into that question of who is to be in fellowship. We met with some of the same ones, met with these independent Christian church preachers 20 years ago. Had a small group of 5 or 6 of us that had 15 or 20 of them and 15, 20 of us. And we considered them baptized believers and brethren in the Lord. But in no sense, now they've changed, or our brethren have changed, the ones that are having those meetings. Did anybody ever compromise? They knew exactly what we believed and that we could not endorse them because of their instrumental music, missionary societies. We talked about and thrashed out those differences. And we can't fellowship them in that sense. But I'd call him a brother, and most of us would. But he's a brother in error. But I don't know what to say about fellowship or, you know, where you're going to draw the line. I don't think anybody does, frankly. We better keep that an open question. But where it affects the worship of the church and affects other people there, the whole congregation, and the practice of the church relative to the plan of salvation and so forth and so on, those things that are, in a sense, doctrinal, and we can't do it. But I don't know really for sure when to say I would fellowship and would not fellowship. Now I've got 2 minutes for that.
That perhaps will come up a little bit later, at least it should, in the session on fellowship on Saturday. To Ed Harrell, explicate the differences Can you do it, Ed?
I'm all right so far.
This really isn't a question, but I guess it can go as a question. It's an instruction. In 3 areas of division, explicate the differences in 3 areas of division, especially the 2 areas of hermeneutics and the Church of Christ.
Well, the difficulty in doing that obviously is to explicate it in a brief period of time, but it strikes me that when you look at the three-way divisions that take place in the Restoration movement in the 19th century and the 20th century, that the basic frames of references remain the same. And that is, there is a group that remains with the relatively straightforward hermeneutic of arguing that there is biblical authority for restoring the New Testament church. Then what emerges is people who really no longer have much confidence in that hermeneutic. Now, it takes them 20 or 25 years to say that. Actually, in churches of Christ today, we are just getting to the point where people are forthrightly saying the hermeneutic doesn't work. And that's a part of you brethren's burden. And maybe somewhat for us.
What part of it have we said doesn't work?
No, you haven't said any. I say there is a group that you have long been associated with in institutions like Abilene Christian and David Lipscomb who would take that position today. But when that question first arises and the debate takes place, I think what happens is many people say, well, we're no longer arguing from the same basic premises. And there is a group that sooner or later will acknowledge that. There's another group, I think, that says we are working from the same set of premises. And what we are doing is entirely scriptural, which I think is exactly where these brethren are. Now, I believe, without passing individual judgment on anybody, that to a large degree, a part of the motivation behind that is a kind of a denominational pride, and that is that we are doing this, churches of Christ do this, and consequently I'm going to defend it. I don't think uniformly that's what the position that people who take your view go from, nor do I think everybody who takes my position does it on the basis of a conservative hermeneutic. I think when one looks historically at the movement that those three categories are clear.
Okay, a double question for Brother Doran. If a practice is without Bible authority, does it matter how long it is practiced historically? And number two, how can you say churches always supported orphan homes when there were none before 1910?
Well, of course, the answer to the first one is that you do not support a principle on the basis of antiquity any more than you disapprove one on the same basis, you know. Tradition is all right so long as tradition conforms to the Scriptures. That's what Jesus said. You follow your tradition, and that's led you to teach the doctrine of men. Isn't anything wrong with tradition today, except that it conflicts with the doctrine of men. And my point was not that we advocated orphans' homes just on the basis of antiquity. We supported orphans' homes because there was just no reason to oppose them. And being old isn't the thing that we contend for because we're not the last to lay the old aside, nor yet the first to take the new. Now, what was the second one? I can't remember when I'm talking.
I about lost it. I think it was the one, how could you say that we've always supported orphan homes because there were none before 1910?
Well, yes, they were before 1910. There was one in Midway, Kentucky in 1845. And Alexander Campbell wrote in his Millennial Harbinger great glowing compliments of it. And John William McGarvey served as chairman of the board for 35 years. So we date them at least back that far. I don't know whether we had one before 1844 or not.
All right.
I wasn't here.
Hardeman Nichols. If a practice is doctrinally wrong, is the question of who changed important?
Historically it would be, but changing away from the doctrine of Christ would always be wrong. That would be sinful to leave the doctrine of Christ. Whosoever transgresses and abides not in the doctrine from Christ, not about him, but from him, hath not God, 2 John 9. He that abideth in the doctrine, he hath both the Father and the Son. But when you're looking at the history of it, then changing might be of order. And our whole discussion is in the historical setting. And that's why we need to discuss it from that view.
All right. Here is a question. Is that your wrap-up for 2 minutes? Here is a question that is not addressed to a specific person, and so any on the panel or the two speakers may deal with it. Does anything from historical perspective of past divisions tell us anything about where the present division will go, or how it will develop in the next 25 years? Will we be closer or further apart? I think they mean farther apart, but that's all right. Collie, did you have...
I'll just say, from my study of history, I would say we'll be farther apart as time goes on, as shown through the division of the 19th century.
Can I say something? I think they missed the point. We were talking about who changed. The fact that you charge that we've changed. And what we were doing was showing that most of us stand where all of us stood until you changed. Your opposition to these things was known in isolated cases, but not necessarily in the mainstream of the church until the dates that we gave you. So we were simply showing that your charge is false. You say, we haven't changed. Well, you have from what the church mainly believed and practiced all of those years. But giving isolated cases, that doesn't prove anything, because we didn't claim 100% of the people believe that, and that nobody objected to a children's home or things of that sort. And while I'm up here, I might say, I was reading the Gospel Advocate before he was born, and I read the Gospel Advocate when James Allen was the editor, and I know all of that, but that isn't what I was talking about. I was talking about the movement of trouble in the Dallas Metroplex area. I wasn't trying to cover all of the United States, showing what happened here. Thank you.
All right, Ed. That seems to generate a little bit of interest.
Well, let me say about the change thing. In my mind, the only thing you need to be careful not to change is your commitment to doing exactly what the Scriptures say. The practice may change and may ought to change, but that shouldn't change. On the question whether we're going to be further or does the past teach us anything about that, I think that, as I said in my opening remarks, our communities of connection increasingly separate, and that cannot help but go in even further. Now, actually, there'll be people who ideologically will probably still be pretty close together. When I used to teach up in East Tennessee, I knew some of those conservative Christian church preachers, and we were actually very close together. In fact, I was a lot closer to them than I was to the institutional Church of Christ preachers. And so that kind of relationship will remain, but the truth of the matter is our relationship, associational relationship, will become more distant.
Brother Roy, I think we are making a false assumption that because we support the orphans' home, that we're going to go farther and farther away from the people who do not support it. That's just not a valid assumption, because there are people within the Church of Christ Fellowship today, as we know it, that I'm closer to Ed Harrell than I am to them. And I could worship where he preaches a lot easier and with greater spirituality than I could worship in where those ultra-liberals are preaching today. So I think there may be an element within the Church of Christ that's going to go as far away from the Restoration movement as the disciples of Christ have gone, but I don't think it's going to be among the people who are here today.
All right. Right in line with this is the next question, where a quote is given concerning Wolfgang, and I suppose the question is to you. Brother Wolfgang had, in his speech, mentioned something about the question of who changed is meaningless. If it is meaningless, why is it being discussed? Why not discuss what will contribute to unity now?
Well, actually, that is the question I was trying to raise, to tell you the truth. And I think numbers of us have been grappling with that kind of thing. The point is that it doesn't make any difference what the ancient practices used to be, or how old they are, or who was alive when they started, as far as that's concerned. I think the point that Brother Harrell was trying to make a while ago is that you can have a practice. Somebody said earlier something about, is it the size or the principle that's concerned? You can have a practice that seems to be quite innocent. I'm sure that's what attracted Talbot Fanning and Benjamin Franklin to the missionary societies in their respective states. It seemed like a good idea to preach the gospel. I have no doubt that many people who initially supported an orphanage or some kind of a sponsoring church thought it was a good idea. I'll give you an example from here in Dallas. My good friend Jamie Sloan and I, several years ago, crawled up in an attic at the Skillman Avenue Church looking for traces of Roy Caldwell's career. Some of you know I'm writing a biography of Brother Caldwell. We discovered there that in the 1930s, when Skillman was Sears and Summit, Brother Caldwell preached there while he was going to law school, they had a Boy Scout troop, which met in the building. Now, would some of you brethren today approve? I mean, because that was practiced in Dallas, then does that mean we ought to continue that practice today? Now, Brother Caldwell, I'm sure by the 1950s, would not have approved of a Boy Scout troop meeting in church buildings. So he changed on that issue. He was right to change. He changed because he was bringing his practice in line with his commitment to what we called the hermeneutic, to what in more common language, to what the biblical principle teaches. And we all need to change to bring our practice in line with what our commitment to the Scripture is, rather than saying, look, we've done this since 1845, so let's just continue to do it and sort of proudly wear this as a badge that I've never changed. I have to tell you frankly that I'm nervous about people that have not changed their opinions any at all in 45 years.
Oh, you're nervous about me.
Nervous about me, too.
We have one more question that is addressed to two men on the panel, and then Brother Wolfgang will have 2 minutes to say his final statement, and then Brother Jackson his 2 minutes, and then it will be time for us to take a break, after which I will conclude with the other 27 announcements. To Ada Harrell and or Hardeman Nichols, both of you please be brief about this. Historically, was there a distinction in the definition of cooperation and fellowship? Is there any, what they're asking is, and the cooperation and fellowship are in quotes, is there any distinction historically between those two? Can you supply any documentation? The reason, I guess, this question is asked, it's written on the bottom, was a cooperative effort, quote, end quote, the pooling of resources prior to the 1900s. Was a cooperative effort the pooling of resources prior to the 1900s. Do you understand the question? I don't, but...
You want me to answer?
Well, yes, it was.
Acts 11, 28 to 30, there was a pooling of the resources. It became a certain contribution that was made for the poor saints. Romans 15, 25 and 26 calls it. Not separate contributions, but a certain contribution. Yes, there were the pooling of resources, but it didn't violate the autonomy of the local congregations. Now, if brethren in Acts 11, 28 to 30 could give to those down there in Jerusalem without losing their autonomy, why can't brethren do it now? That's my point. I haven't changed from my commitment to the Word of God, and I never intend to change from it.
Well, I'll let the panel answer that scriptural question and speak to that. But in terms of the historical use of those terms, I don't think the two terms would have been used synonymously. Actually, the term cooperation has existed all through Restoration history, and in the early Restoration history was taken over from sectarianism. And that is, the question was whether they should have formal cooperative meetings in the same way that the Baptists did. And there probably have been forms of pooling of congregational resources almost all through Restoration history. But the question of calling those things into question has always been present as well, and became the focus of the 19th century division in the Missionary Society debate, and became a focus in the 20th century, because that sort of activity particularly lends itself to dividing groups.
All right. it's
Roy,
very
could
good.
I just say one brief word? I think, and I respect these brethren, I don't believe we're getting farther apart. I believe we're coming closer together because of the fact that circumstances change methods that would be used. Even Herald of Truth, though I've never been asked by a congregation, do you support Herald of Truth or do you not? Have you given to it, or does the congregation where you preach give to it? That's never been a question that's asked. I've preached for congregations that would not allow a contribution to be given to Herald of Truth. That's their business. The same thing on the orphans' home. I think that methods are changing. There aren't the needs in the same way that there were, but taking care of the poor and evangelizing still remain to be done. And brethren, let's find good methods that are scriptural, and let's do it. Let's not let this lost world go lost because of our fighting among ourselves.
Okay, we have two-minute speeches at this point. First by Brother Wolfgang, and then by Brother Jackson.
I don't know that I want to make a speech so much as just to try to wrap up 2 or 3 loose ends that I've been taking notes on for the last couple of hours, going back to the idea of what history is, first of all. History is certainly more than biography. It includes biography. It is enlightened by, and some of its main sources come from those who are eyewitnesses, but it's more than biography. It's more than collective biography. If that's not true, that it's much more than personal experience, then none of us could write about anything other than 20th century, or about anything that's other than what our own personal experience is. Brother Doran couldn't speak reliably about what happened in the 19th century if history is more valuable, or you can only write it if you've lived through it. And with regard to that, and I don't mean to be picking on Brother Doran because I think I've enjoyed the times that I've spent with him, but...
Better men than you picked on me.
All right, well...
Me? Yeah.
Well, hold on then. Just for example, I'm going to challenge, and I'd be glad to say that with regard to that yellow tag of quarantine, I could be wrong about that. I'd be glad to go back and read that, and if I'm wrong, I'll be glad to retract it. But, for example, when the assertion is made that what Lipscomb was doing in Nashville in 1910 was the same as what was going on in Henderson, that was a charge some individuals made against Lipscomb. You can get the little yellow booklet at the back and read for yourself what Lipscomb said in his response to that, and you make the judgment for yourselves as an audience as to whether, in this case, Dr. Doran's recognition or memory of the facts accords with what was written at the time. And I can't let this pass without answer. The situation in Danville was brought up. What was not told about the situation in Danville is this, that the congregation split was divided by people who left the church in Danville where I preached before I came there, and went off and started another congregation over matters that were admitted to be matters of opinion, over matters that those people who were defending these things admitted were matters of opinion. Now, that's my personal anecdote and story. That doesn't mean that it was either right or wrong, and it doesn't mean, for instance, that that's the base on which we ought to run, but the whole story ought to be told in that particular regard.
I mentioned something a moment ago about the Aiken Fund and the Bell Trust. And since maybe, and I'm not bragging on that, but I guess maybe I actually know more of the background of both, since I am still one of the directors of the Bell Trust. It's been in existence for more than 30 years, and we give away about $1 million a year. We've never checked when a church writes us and says we need $500 a month to supplement what we're going to pay a preacher to send him to Podunk. We've never in any way tried to find out whether or not they believe what you believe, what we believe. And I guess we've sent hundreds of thousands of dollars to churches that maybe disagreed with us, the ones of us on the board. So that hadn't made a difference with us. But the point I'm making is, in our meetings with the brethren 3 different times, they made it crystal clear, and time and again they said it, that no church ought to plan a work bigger than they can pay for themselves. Now, to me, that's the basic principle or tenet of your position. Now then, if that's so, you cannot accept money from the Aiken Fund, and you could not accept money from the Bell Trust. Brother Aiken was a member at Preston Road all those years while I was preaching there. And he never was a member of Lufkin or some of these other churches. And they'd send money to that church and they'd support a preacher in another place. You claim churches can't do that. But what about a trust, a fund of that sort? I'm asking this because I'm seeking an answer. As I say, we give $1 million away every year to help churches support the gospel. That's all it's for. We don't send money to orphans' homes. We don't send it to colleges. We need to know, because I believe that you're inconsistent, and through the Aiken Fund, or any other fund that you may have among you, is contrary to the basic of your contention, as Brian Benson Jr. Sr. told me years ago.
Well, it's been rather rich to have these 6 men. We appreciate their efforts and their sacrifices of time and expense. And I believe our experiments have gone well today in the format of the panel discussions. Now, soon after our dismissal, by 5:15, we will start in the evening dinner program where Brother Robert Bolton and Brother John Bannister will both give some speeches. And then coming back here for the session, for Brother Almon Williams and Wendell Winkler will be discussing the hermeneutics. And we trust that you will try to be on time and enjoy all of these various things. Please remember our thanks to Joe McDonald. If you have need for video or audio tapes, he's down front. He does this at his cost. We also thank Jesse Beeson and Larry Fain and their crew for the registration and work around that. Please register if you have not done so. We thank Eugene Smith for furnishing the brochures and the programs at his cost. We certainly appreciate him in doing this. We trust you will be with us for dinner and then back at
Thank you, Steve. I might say in passing before we get into what we had prepared to say that this is the first time I've ever been asked to make an after-dinner speech where I had to pay for the meal.
We'll give you a refund if the speech is good.
I'm going to read this manuscript so that I won't be misquoted. A few years ago, I was invited to conduct a wedding ceremony for a black man and a black woman. The wedding took place at the bride's apartment where about 50 guests were in attendance. All of them were dressed in their best Sunday go-to-meeting clothes, and each of them was a few shades darker in color than yours truly. I was the only white person there. When I arrived at the apartment, I found everyone in a pleasant and jovial mood. But immediately as I stepped into the room, silence reigned supreme. You could have heard his shadow fall. I sat down on a couch between a rather plump black woman and a slightly built black man. The whites of 100 eyes stared at me from curious black faces, saying nothing, just staring. And finally, after a couple of minutes of thunderous silence, I spoke up and said to no one in particular, but all of them in general, "Do you know how I feel?" Still no answer, just continued silence. So I said, "I feel just like a marshmallow in a coal bin." When they finally stopped laughing, they realized that I was a friend with whom they could be at ease. Now, although I can't say the same thing this evening, I hope you will accept me as a friend with whom you can be at ease, for in this position this evening I feel somewhat uneasy. I appreciate the presence of each and every one of you, as well as this opportunity to speak of some matters that are of eternal consequence and import. After all of these years, I'm especially happy to be able to have an association with many of you whom I have known in years gone by and for whom I have had a kind regard. It is a personal pleasure for me to be with such men as John Bannister and Abe Lincoln and even Curtis Camp, who is not here this evening, and others of you whom I have not seen in years. I have fond memories of many of you, memories of days long ago when we worked together as brethren. I even remember giving Curtis Camp one of the books out of my own library, and I think the name of it was Sermons of Benjamin Franklin, Volume 2. Anybody sees him, before I do, ask him if he's ready to give it back after 40 years.
Preachers don't ever return books.
Having been left to decide for myself what subject I might discuss, I've given prayerful thought and consideration to what I should say. I don't want to hinder whatever good might be accomplished during these 3 days of intensive study. Neither do I desire to deal directly with matters that have been assigned to others as subjects for presentation during these sessions. On the other hand, my desire is to speak of related matters that will not only be of concern to all, but to present them in such a manner as will be interesting in content, constructive in intent, and conducive to whatever good might come of these studies between us. Therefore, I have elected to speak on what I consider a most important and very practical matter: attitudes and obstacles to unity among brethren. Now, by unity among brethren, I do not mean a brotherhood unity of congregations, but in view of congregational autonomy and a recognition of the fact that the body of Christ is made up of individual saints, not a collectivity of congregations, I have reference to unity among Christians, not churches, even as I believe the Scriptures teach that fellowship among brethren is between individuals and not between congregations per se. For fellowship or unity between churches is beyond the purview of divine revelation. But before I get into the subject, I would like for you to permit me a few personal remarks and observations in order that those of you who do not know me will have some insight into my background and interest in the things that are being discussed here this week. Having been raised in denominationalism as a faithful Baptist for some 12 years during my youth and early manhood, I began to question much of Baptist doctrine and became disillusioned with it. Shortly after World War II, I met and married Billie Jean Grant, who has been my constant companion and faithful wife for over 44 years. It was she who was instrumental in teaching me the pure gospel of Christ, which I believed and obeyed in Lubbock, Texas in 1947, being baptized by M. Norval Young during a gospel meeting with Batsell Barrett Baxter. And for years I thought, and surely must be correct in my thinking, that both of them thought Norval should have held me under longer. But at any rate, I became a Christian, nothing more and nothing less. As a result, I severed my relationship with the Baptist Church, even though my family remains staunch Baptist to this day, my brother being chairman of the Board of Deacons at the First Baptist Church here in Dallas. Almost immediately after my conversion, I had an ardent desire to preach the gospel, went to Abilene Christian College, where I was granted a degree, the first graduate from ACC with a major in religious education, and began full-time preaching in LaForest, Texas in June of 1949. In fact, the first gospel meeting in which I worked as a local preacher was with Curtis Camp as guest speaker some 40 years ago. It was during those early years of my preaching that the issues which divided us became prominent, with the sponsoring church concept preeminently manifest in the Broadway Church in Lubbock and the Highland Church in Abilene. I remember being thrilled when the Herald of Truth came into being, thinking that now we have a national broadcast to compete with the sectarians. But upon sober reflection, I began to have doubts about such concepts. Spent several years in serious study of the issues, attended several debates conducted on those issues, and finally concluded there is no Bible authority for such, and here I took my stand. As a result, although I was never as militant as were some, and never drew lines of fellowship in those formative years, those lines were drawn for me, and I soon found that some of the brethren with whom I had previously labored would no longer come to hear me preach, even though I was still preaching the same principles, having changed only my practice to fit my preaching. This hurt tremendously, and still does. But so it has been ever since. And after having worked with churches in Texas and California, I am presently, as Steve indicated, in my 17th year with the College Park Church in Richardson, Texas. Although tearfully and sadly separated from beloved brethren these many years, my heart's desire is that we may once again be united upon truth and march triumphantly together under the blood-stained banner of Prince Emmanuel. And to this end I offer the following thoughts for your consideration, realizing that the principles with which I deal will be agreeable to most, while their application to specifics may be more difficult to grasp. And may I say at this point that my name is not Solomon and I don't have all the answers. The purpose of this Dallas meeting between brethren of opposing views with a desire for peace and unity based upon a thus saith the Lord is certainly praiseworthy and commendable. If I know my own heart, I am willing to do anything short of compromising truth in any area, sacrificing my convictions based upon that truth, or violating my own conscience in order to clasp hands of fellowship in unity with those of you with whom I may differ at this point. I sincerely believe that most of you feel the same way. It is high time that these matters be rethought and prayerfully studied, and thus I am happy that these meetings are being conducted. And my hope and prayer is that nothing but good may result from these studies. However, none of us should be so naive as to believe there will be no obstacles encountered in attaining the desired end. For we may as well admit that any investigation and study of these matters will encounter several serious and perhaps seemingly insurmountable problems, obstacles which must be overcome if the desired results are achieved. The first obstacle that may be encountered by some might be described as human weakness, including such things as pride, selfishness, egotism, and prejudice. I fear there have been many among us on both sides that have not been interested in truth for truth's sake, but whose loyalties have been to certain preachers and papers and colleges, and whose convictions have been shaped by such loyalties. Such personal bias often permits the investigation of only one side of an issue, refuses to see both sides, and prevents the honest consideration of anything not considered as our position. And may I hasten to point out that this is not to question anyone's personal integrity, but simply to call attention to this as a problem of human weakness that some of us may have to face and overcome in our quest for truth on these matters. For this attitude contributes to a divisive spirit rather than unity among brethren. A second obstacle which must be recognized and overcome is the apparent inconsistency of some on either side of these issues. Some of these matters that were discussed this afternoon and some of the questions indicated this was on the mind of some. Now, when I talk about inconsistency, I do not refer to inconsistency in argument or logic. I'm going to let others deal with that matter. But I have reference to the charge often made that some among us are inconsistent because we are now practicing the very opposite of what we once believed and taught. Let me illustrate. May I be rightly accused of inconsistency when I no longer practice Baptist doctrine as I did 50 years ago? Certainly not. May I be rightly accused of inconsistency when I change my practice to conform to my preaching, if that preaching is the truth? Certainly not. Question, please. Is there anyone here who is willing to honestly admit that he has never changed his convictions on any matter, but that he has always been correct on every point in his preaching and practice? If so, there has never been any growth in knowledge or going on under perfection. If not, because he has learned the truth in some area and changed his position to conform to the truth learned, is he inconsistent? Not if he is honest. And I submit to you, brethren, that this has frequently happened to each of us, and understandably so. The only way that such things will ever cease is for us to close our minds, refuse to think for ourselves, and dishonestly affirm that we have never changed, and boastfully declare that we will never change. This attitude is an obstacle that must be overcome. For it is obvious that some of us will have to change if unity among us is ever attained. And such change based upon truth does not deserve the prejudicial charge of inconsistency. As Max Dupree says in Leadership is an Art, we cannot become what we need to by remaining what we are. From a practical standpoint, it is self-evident that a third obstacle which must be overcome is that of project commitment. That is, a commitment on the part of an eldership or church to some major program which they may have undertaken. It stands to reason that an eldership, preacher, or congregation committed to raising millions of dollars for some project, be it benevolent or evangelistic, will hardly be in a position to be objective in the search for truth on that subject. How many of us have castigated our denominational friends for many years for reading the Bible to defend their practice, and rather than objectively seeking the truth of God's Word on some matter? My brethren, we are not immune to such an attitude. Again, I am not impugning anyone's motives or honesty, but it is foolish to assume that everyone in the religious world is basically dishonest except us. The fact is that we as a people can study the Bible in all sincerity and honesty with just as much prejudice as any people. In order to unity upon truth, this attitude must be dispensed with at all costs, for knowing our tendency to defend what we practice rather than being totally objective presents us with an obstacle most difficult to overcome. As I have stated, I am assuming that each of us present is honestly and sincerely desirous of seeing unity, if at all possible, between us. But it is one thing to desire such and quite another to attain it. Therefore, again, from a practical standpoint, I feel I must point out some obvious facts concerning conditions that always exist, which facts must be considered if unity is to be attained. Number one, all men have personal characteristics which may or may not be weaknesses of character. The fact is, we are all different. Some of us are cold logicians who often seem to lack emotional or personal warmth. Others are highly emotional and may have great charisma. But whatever be the case, each of us must be able to recognize and understand that not everybody is made alike. And simply because I may not be of the same disposition as you, or you me, is no indication that either of us is dishonest or wrong, and therefore unworthy of teaching or fellowship. Number two, some men are slower to see the light than others, while others are quicker to grasp a point than some. Now, this is not intended as a reflection upon the slower, for I'm one of them, but simply points out that perhaps much more patience is needed to be exercised by each of us toward one another. And number three, all men will not think alike on every point. Yet if a man is honest, he will think for himself and arrive at his own convictions. If he is courageous, he will stand up for those convictions. So we must recognize that it is the nth degree of folly to demand of another total conformity to our ideas in every case. How many times have you thought that if you could just sit down with the honest person of strong conviction with whom you disagreed, you both might come to realize that your differences were not as much or as many as either of you may have imagined? In each of these situations, we must follow the admonition of the Apostle Paul, who wrote, "Let your forbearance be known to all men. The Lord is at hand." Philippians 4, verse 5. Let us toward one another practice forbearance. Let us stand for truth with all our might, but deal kindly with those who have not yet learned that truth, and with those who do not see things our way. And let us be aware of the fact that it is not our way, but the Lord's way that is important. As Abraham Lincoln said, I care not if God is on my side. My constant hope and prayer is that I may be found upon God's side. Brethren, to follow such a course is not a sign of weakness or compromise, for no man will ever compromise the truth if he honestly loves the Lord and His Word. In conclusion, may I call your attention to Colossians 3:15, where the apostle admonishes, let the peace of Christ rule in your hearts, to the which also you were called in one body, and be ye thankful. My understanding of this passage, according to the footnote as well as Greek scholarship, is that the word rule here means arbitrate or umpire. Kittle says, and I quote, this term describes the work of an umpire at the games, then comes to mean to order or control. Paul uses it of the peace which settles strife in the church and maintains unity, unquote. As we all well recognize, in a ball game or any athletic contest, notwithstanding instant replay, the umpire has the final word in all decisions. We may not like his ruling and even boo his call, but we must accept it as the final word, for there is no changing his decision. True, human umpires are subject to mistake, but not the divine. And so Paul says that a love for peace among brethren, as well as with God, must rule as the umpire in our hearts to make such decisions and effect such actions as are acceptable to God. And thus I make this appeal. As we study these things together, striving to ascertain truth, with no disposition to ask anyone to compromise any truth learned, let us follow after things which make for peace and things whereby we may edify one another. Romans 14, verse 19. My brethren, none of us may have all the answers to all the questions or problems between us, but our attitudes can go a long way toward helping us understand one another better and assist us in dealing kindly with those with whom we may disagree, while yet standing for the word of truth. Let none consider these words as a call for compromise of truth on any point by anybody, but rather from one who has seen the body of Christ torn asunder, lo, these many years, as an humble plea for brethren to strive to dwell together in unity once again. Let us hope and pray that such may soon be realized, even perhaps to some degree at least, by what we say and do at these meetings. To that end, I commend you to God and to the word of His grace, which is able to build you up and to give you the inheritance among all them that are sanctified. Acts 20, verse 32. For nothing short of the word of His grace can bring about the unity we seek, the unity we need, and the unity we must give diligence to keep. And in the words of Brother Hulen Jackson, let us all remember, and I quote, opinions of men have always caused troubles when pushed. And, another quote, it is sadly so that one's opinion can easily become a thus saith the Lord, unquote. Thank you for being here and listening to what this babbler had to say.
Thank you, Brother Lanier. Roy invited me several months ago to make this speech, and I declined because I'm not a speech maker. I'm a preacher, and there's a lot of difference. And I said, I can't make a speech. Well, you can. And he insisted. Roy, he is pretty persistent. He's a little bit like my wife, of whom we've been married 57 years, and my wife will not let me wear a red necktie, and she was going down to our ranch recently, and I wore it Sunday morning teaching my class, and I said, brethren, you observe my red tie. I said, my wife will not allow me to wear such a tie, so she's gone, and I'm doing it to prove that I'm the head of the house. And so Roy, he just kept after me, and I was like Moses when he received the call of the Lord. I didn't want to go and didn't want to speak, but Roy insisted. And I agreed, but after last Friday at our minister's luncheon, I almost backed out. we were kicking around a lot of funny things, and we got talking about the Bible in the book of Revelation. One preacher said, well, I don't ever read it and study it, and we shouldn't ever preach from it. And Roy had something to say about it, and people have a lot of funny views. I said, well, I know what Revelation says. I said, you want to know anything about Revelation, you ask me, and I can say as Paul did, caught up to third heaven, I don't know, the Lord knows. And that answers everybody. And you know what he said? He said, you're a nut. I almost resigned this speech right there, Roy. Well, he said now, he specifically gave me 2 instructions. Don't talk very long. And of course, everybody knows me, know that I am a short-winded preacher. And he said, don't talk about what's being discussed this week, because if you do, why, you'll answer all the questions and nobody will have any more room to answer a speech, give a speech. Anyway, he said, well, just talk over your head. And then he said, well, you don't have much up there, so you won't be able to say much. And anyway, he said, well, tell about some of your experiences. Well, I had an unusual experience yesterday afternoon. I went out to Love Field to meet a plane, and my good friend and brother in the Lord, whom I used to know and with whom I used to associate, Yater Tant, came in from Birmingham, and he was a guest in our home last night. We went to Skillman Avenue Church, and I introduced him, and Brother John Thompson, who's a preacher out at White Rock. I didn't know till last night. In fact, I'd never met him. He's the grandson of the famed Brother Will M. Thompson of Oklahoma fame. So he has a rich heritage there. Anyway, Brother Tant, he got to meet a lot of people. A lot of people had known of him and knew of his father, old Brother J.D. Tant. And incidentally, Yater gave me a copy this morning of a new book he's written, a biography of his mother. Many of you have read J.D. Tant, Texas Preacher, which he wrote several years ago. And so this is a sequel, and he, I presume, has a... I don't see Yater here. Is Yater here? Well, he told me he didn't think I was worth a $20 ticket, and I think... I wouldn't call Yater a cheapskate, but I think he went out to get him a hot dog somewhere. Anyway, he told me this morning, we had a good time. We stayed up late and talked, and I got in a few words here and there. And then we got up, and I fixed his breakfast and so on, and we talked till about 10:30, and we had I just enjoyed it a great deal. I've known and loved Yater a long, long time, but he's sort of like some of us. He's a little hard-headed and hard to convince, but I straightened him out, almost everything. Anyway, I want to tell you 2 or 3 things about Yater Tant. I used to live in Oklahoma City, and he did, and we were often together. He preached in Francis, and I'd cover some Heights. And back then, this is before all of these problems arose. And he liked to play 42. Now, you fellows east of the Mississippi, if you don't know what 42 is, why, you need to come live in Texas. I remember in 1935, I went out to Eastern Texas to hold a meeting, and they had a brand new preacher from Ohio. And I knew those people, and he got off, and he said, Brother Bannister, we've got a problem here. We've got worldliness in his church. Like you never heard, they don't do anything but play 42. I said, well, brother, didn't you ever? He said, I never heard of it. I'm going to have to get on it. I came back the next year for a meeting, and he learned how to play, and he enjoyed it more than anybody else. Well, anyway, Yater liked to play 42, and I was reared in a home where we played a lot of games. And I considered myself, I was the acknowledged 42 champion of Oklahoma City for a number of years. Everybody admitted that played against me. Anyway, this really happened. This is not a preacher story now. We'd often get together about once a week for a 42 game and a dinner. And Helen, his wife, and I would be partners, and Maribel, my wife, and Yater would be partners. And so one night, they were over at our house, and by 11 o'clock, time for any respectable Republican to be in bed, and we were ahead about 8 or 9 games to 1. We just snowed them under. And I said, Mama, it's time to go to bed so the company can go home. But Yater didn't take the hint. You have to hit some people over the head with a 2-4. And he says, I'm not going home till I win. I said, oh my goodness alive. And this is the truth if I ever told her. He stayed there and we played till 2:45 that morning. And I says, Helen, let's let him win. So it was on. Now that really happened. And I was going to ask Yater if he is here tonight, if he remembered it. And if he denies it, he's just a big old you know what. So anyway, we had a lot of fun. And about 25 years ago, after I moved to Dallas, one Sunday afternoon, telephoned, Yater Tam, I'm going to spend the night with you. Well, okay, but I'm going tonight over for a Christian College lectureship, which was on then. I'm to be the speaker over there. I'll go with you. Okay. I went over there, introduced him around. He hadn't seen some of those brethren in a good while, and so my subject was on authority, and I preached a good sermon on authority. It's in the book. And after it was over, we got in my car to come home. He said, John, he said that was a real good sermon. And in his ever so kind and subtle way, he said, if you'd just practice what you preach, you'd be a good preacher. Anyway, we've had a lot of association together, and Brother Tant's a great man, and it's a joy to be with him. I'm sorry he's not here in our to hear the speech, but anyway, it's a joy to be with him. And anyway, well, he said, is Brother Tom Roberts here? I'm not sure that I know him. All right, he's going, he said to spend the night with you, and he said if you were crowded, he was coming back. But now, since he didn't come to hear my speech, I'm not going to let him come back. No, anyway, we told him he could come back, and if I had known we fed him last night after church, I fed him breakfast, and I fed him dinner, and all of that, if I'd known how much he eats, I don't know whether I would have invited him or not. Anyway, so much for that. Glad to see Brother and Sister Adrian Doran here. I'd read after Brother Doran for many years before I first met him in October of '88. We were on the lectureship down at Faulkner University together, and enjoyed his speeches so much and have read after him. And he told me a while ago, he said, now, we spent $40, two $20 tickets to hear you speak. I said, well, I didn't know I was worth that much. And Brother Bolton, they put us up here pretty high. I got a free ticket, and you had to pay for yours? Well, you need to... What is it?
That's the difference in liberal and conservative.
Well, I'll tell you, if that's the case, I am an ultra-liberal, because I'll take a free meal anytime I can get it. My wife and I have a sort of a thing. She has a sister, and they're sort of funny. You come eat dinner with us. No, it's my time to have you. And so they argue and argue. And I say, Mama, if you're asked, say yes before they change their mind. And so, by the way, I was reading in the Thessalonian letter, I think it was the other day, where Paul said that he supported himself by his own work, and he didn't sponge a meal off of the brethren. And I thought, well, I don't know whether any of us can qualify or not. Well, anyway, Brother Doran, getting back to Brother Doran, he had a lot of nice things to say, and this February I was on the lectureship over Freed Hardeman as he was, and I heard him give some very nice resumes, or actually lectures on the biography of some of our men of the Restoration. And then he was at Abilene, the lectureship in February this year, and I heard him again, and I really appreciate him. And I have been after him to do a lot more on some of the lesser known men of the Restoration movement, and we appreciate him. But anyway, over at Montgomery, he said, I've got a question to ask for you. My brother Basil said when he went to Texas, he changed it to Doran, but he says it's Doran. And I said, well, you know, Brother Doran, when these guys leave Tennessee and Kentucky and come out here like old Sam Houston, some of those others, they were sort of scalawags back there, and they had to change their name to be respectable in Texas. Anyway, we had a big laugh about that. Well, I'm just talking off my head, and that's why you're not getting much. Because I was instructed not to discuss. I've enjoyed the discussion. Appreciate the fellowship. I've seen some of you brethren. Haven't seen you in a long time, and I love all of you and appreciate you and you're my brethren and so on. Brother Foy Wallace, we all know who he is. He was a great man. He came to my hometown when I was a little boy, about 8 years old. He had a little boy about 6 months old. It's back in 1919, as I recall. And he came several summers, whole meeting. He stayed in our home. He stayed in my granddad's home. He stayed in Uncle Luke Johnson's home. And we had a tabernacle and big meeting, 3 Sundays. Imported singer, usually Brother Tillett S. Tedley. And Brother Wallace just preached, and he did a tremendous job. And I remember one year, I think it was 1922, is when he was on the bobbed hair kick, and he really got on that. And one of my aunts, my mother's sister, she had already planned it, but during that meeting, she had her hair bobbed. And I tell you, Brother Wallace felt that was a personal challenge, and he really went after it. And I remember one Sunday afternoon sitting out Grandpa's yard under the old mulberry tree, and my old granddad, Uncle John Thompson, he was an old pioneer out there. He'd argue with you, and Brother Wallace, why are you against bobbed hair? Well, so and so and so on. Look at your wife and all this jewelry she's got on, and so on. She had a good bit of jewelry, and Uncle John just couldn't see that was quite consistent. But I remember another thing. This really happened. Brother Wallace was holding a meeting in our tabernacle, big crowds. The Baptist, Methodist, and Church of Christ owned the tabernacle jointly, and we would each have a 2-week summer meeting, and about the middle of July we'd start and had preaching every night till the 1st September. And there wasn't anything else going on in the community, and everybody came to everybody's meetings. Well, anyway, Brother Wallace was up preaching. Uncle John sat right over here, my granddad, and he was slightly hard of hearing. And during Brother Wallace's rather lengthy, would that describe it? I'd say lengthy sermon. Why, this fellow sitting next to Uncle John went to sleep. And Brother Wallace said, "Uncle John, wake that fellow up, he's asleep." And my granddad, he thought he was saying it low so nobody hear, but he was hard to hear, and he said, "By golly, you put him to sleep, wake him up yourself." I asked Brother Wallace, "Do you remember that?" He said, "I sure do. Embarrassingly, I do remember that." Anyway, I loved him very much. He was a great man. We've had a lot of great preachers. I told Yater last night that I never heard his father preach, but I used to read after him. I read The Firm Foundation, The Gospel Advocate, and old Brother Joe Warlick's Gospel Guide. I was reared on those from a childhood. And I used to read all the notes. Preacher, Rural Lemons called it preacher bragging. He didn't think ought to put in field reports. And I used to read those, and I knew a lot of the brethren that were preachers long before I ever met any of them. And many of them I met later. But I met Brother J.D. Tant only one time. He was in an ACC lectureship. I think it was in maybe February of '33, and it was the same lectureship when old Brother Daniel Sommer was there. He had made a trip down here to Hardeman, and I think to Harding. And I remember Brother Daniel Sommer said this. You know, he was strongly opposed to colleges in any kind, anyway. And he didn't make a speech, but the brethren asked him to say a few words, and he said, and I remember it quite well, "Brethren, if the way these colleges that I have visited recently, if this is the way they've been operated," he says, "I never would have opposed them." Did you know that, Brother Doran? Well, anyway, I don't know whether he ever changed or not, but he was a man. He had a lot of good convictions. And so through these lectureships, we've seen a lot of good brethren. Brother G.C. Brewer held his last gospel meeting here in Dallas over at Sunset Church, March of 1956. He died in June of that year. And I went over several times to hear him, and he told me the last week morning service, he says, "I'm really sick. I'm going to Memphis and checked my doctrine. Found just a lot of malignancy, and they didn't do anything. And he quickly wrote his autobiography, which was not very well written because it was done so hurriedly. If you've read it, it's good, but it's not up to Brother Brewer's regular writing. But anyway, he died, and he was a great man. And I remember when I was a student in Harding College over at Morrilton before it ever moved to Searcy, old Brother Armstrong was the president, had Brother G.C. Brewer to come hold a meeting. And he would preach each morning out the college auditorium and downtown church at night. And his last night sermon was on heaven. It's in his book of Brewer Sermons, but the sermon in the book is nothing compared to that when he preached that night. You talk about eloquence and rhetoric. I believe that's the finest and the most impressive sermon I've ever heard in my life, and it made me want to live in such a way as to go to heaven regardless. And he was a great preacher, and we've had a lot of great preachers. A lot of the men that lived east of the Mississippi, the Tennessee, Alabama, Kentucky, and you brethren know a lot of them more than I. I knew them by reputation. We have a great brotherhood. Peter says, love the brotherhood, and I do, and you do, and we all should. And we need to bear with one another. And we need the brotherly love that covers a multitude of sin. That doesn't mean that we sweep it under the rug or endorse it, but it means that we deal with each other in a charitable, kind way, recognizing that we too make many mistakes and have many faults. And so I'm not as pessimistic as one of the brethren said this afternoon. He didn't think it'd ever improve. I believe it will. And Brother Bolton's sermon, if we'll work on this and study and so on. And as I get older, and I had my 80th birthday in April, I don't know how much longer I'll live. By the way, you said that you and Yater were the same age, Brother Doran. Now, Yater's 2 years older than I, and you and I are the same age, so Yater Tant's older.
I said Yater's the only one there that was older than I am.
Is that what you said? Well, anyway, he is. You told the truth. I tell you, I enjoy being around Yater Tant a lot. Now, I don't know whether he's going to go back home and tell them that he spent the night with me. It might ruin his reputation. But anyway, we've always been close. And it's been a real joy. And I'm sorry, I've got a funeral in the morning, and I've got a wedding Saturday morning. I'm going to have to miss these next morning sessions. But I hope to be here the rest of the time. And I hope I haven't bored you too much. But we've got a great brotherhood. And we're not three brotherhoods, in my judgment. I agree with Brother Jackson. We're all brethren, and you're my brethren. I hope I'm your brother. And if and when we all get to heaven, there'll be a lot about heaven perhaps that we're not able now to apprehend. But when we get up there, we may kick a lot of these things around. I've got several questions I want to ask Abraham and Paul and so on. But it just may be that when we're all sitting around the throne, the Lord may just say to us, well, brethren, you did a lot of fussing and fuming and feuding over some things that weren't nearly as important as you thought they were. I don't know whether that'll be true or not, but I wonder if it is. Well, thank you very much.
As I understand it, my contribution to this series of discussions is to lead off with a discussion of biblical hermeneutics and biblical authority. However, I should like to say at the outset that I do not wish for God or any of my brethren to be held responsible for the things which I say. I do wish to be here as a servant of Christ and do the best that I can in talking about what I have learned about biblical hermeneutics and biblical authority. I'm not so sure, as so many have said, how glad I am to be here. In Ecclesiastes 7:8, the wise man said the end of a thing is better than the beginning. I'm just hopeful that that will be the case. However, as requested, I should like to discuss the following items throughout my discussion this evening: pattern, silence, law of exclusion, authority, and examples. In the first place, I should like to talk about the pattern of the Scriptures and the part if any, which silence plays in the pattern in the Scriptures. And so we must ask the question, is there a pattern in the Scriptures for our practice or not? As I see it, the issue is between scriptural patternism and scriptural deformation. Some brother I read many years ago, who in commenting on Paul's language, that form of doctrine, in Romans 6:17 and 18, once observed thus: the problem with so many folks was that they wanted to deform Christianity of its divinely established forms. Exactly so. Nevertheless, the Scriptures still teach that the Scriptures contain forms, even substantial forms. For Vine says of the Greek word used in Romans chapter 6, the metaphor here is that of a cast or frame into which molten material is poured, so as to take its shape. End of quote, volume 2, page 124. We ourselves, then, must be molded to or by the mold of the gospel. But in regard to the above quote from this unnamed brother and forgotten brother, I assume that the above mentioned brother was making a pun on the word deform. That is, whenever men deform the New Testament by taking away its forms, men have also, in effect, deformed it by leaving it in a shapeless, grotesque mass. And of course, here I have this quote from Vine, how that the word used here is a cast or frame into which molten material is formed. True restorers have always believed that the New Testament contains a pattern for the church, and that this pattern must be respected, that is, restored. Woody Woodrow wrote an article a few years ago in Restoration Quarterly entitled "The Silence of the Scripture and the Restoration Movement." And he makes it very clear how Alexander Campbell thought about this matter of there being a pattern in the Scriptures. And from a July 1825 Christian Baptist essay, Alexander Campbell said that if there is no order in our Christian assemblies of worship, etc., there can be no disorder, no error, no innovation, no transgression in the worship of the Christian church. No, nor ever can be. And about 35 years ago, Bill Humboldt, a restorationist historian and a restorationist in his own right, wrote 2 articles in the Preceptor, 1955, entitled "God's Work in God's Way." And he concluded the second article, or the 2 articles, with a ringing exhortation to do God's work in God's way, and closed with his final statement: God's work must be done in God's way. God's work must be done, but God's work must be done in God's way. Page 463. And to the wonderfully balanced idea and attitude of his essays, I should like to give a hearty amen. Brethren, I confess without any apology that I am a patternist. I am an unrepentant patternist. And I suspect that almost all of us here are the same, regardless of how we might understand the pattern. I'm also supposing that we do not have any new hermeneuticists among us. And if so, I hope they feel as though they're in a very small minority. I agree completely with what Roy Cogdill said in the Arlington meeting on page 62, that the sum total of what God said about anything is the pattern of God's will on that thing. And it is the exclusive pattern. But what part does silence play in making the pattern or in being any part of the pattern? So far as I am concerned, silence is the very essence of non-patternism. And so far as I'm concerned, that's what silence is. It's nothing. And since nothing does nothing, therefore silence cannot do anything. Silence was not a creative force in the original creation of God. Neither does silence have any creative force in the new creation. Does Genesis 1 teach fiat creationism or not? Or some combination of fiat creationism with something else? To ask the question is to answer it. I believe that fiat creationism and fiat creationism alone is taught in Genesis 1 as the creative power of God. And that if we are fiat creationists in the Old Testament, and in the old creation, we, to be consistent, must be fiat creationists when it comes to the New Testament. These transparencies were made for me by a couple of former students from the data I gave them, the rough data. And now they're former friends because they were supposed to write there, nothing does nothing. And of course, students make mistakes, and I understand that, even ex-students. I wish I had time this evening to talk about how that in the Old Testament, in regard to God's silence, men sometimes ask, why can't we do thus and so? And God in the Old Testament has answered that question. What should be our proper response to His silence? And whenever we think about asking the why can't we question. But now some people, restoration historians, for example, Woody Woodrow, have tried to show that the restorers were ambivalent about this matter of silence. That sometimes they spoke of silence as though it excluded a thing, or a thing were excluded because the Scriptures were silent about it. At other times, a thing was permitted because the Scriptures were silent about it. I don't know for sure what Woodrow's idea was in this article, because he explains quite clearly how that this ambivalence of Campbell and others in regard to this matter of silence is only an apparent ambivalence and not an actual ambivalence. And that's the question as I see it. Whenever the restorers and we ourselves show an ambivalence on this matter of silence, it better be this kind of ambivalence, or else something is wrong. It must be only an apparent ambivalence and not an actual one. Now, when the Scriptures were absolutely silent about something, then the silence was non-permissive, non-authorizing. And we were not to do the thing because the Scriptures were absolutely silent on that matter. However, once the Scriptures specified, say generically, something, and did not give the how of doing it, this was only a relative silence. The generic thing was established by God's speech, and is so because God said it so. He was not silent on that. But in regard to various matters where He does not express the how, and He's silent about the how or the specifics of a generic, then of course that silence is permissive, because the general category or whatever has been authorized by God's speech. Now we come to the second part of my speech. How do things get into the pattern then? Well, this deals with the law of inclusion, or authorization by God's speech. But is there a law of I hope I said that right, inclusion. Is there a law of exclusion? There are two ways of looking at the law of exclusion. One way is generally to ignore it and seemingly to question even whether it really exists. My FC colleague, Melvin Curry, expressed this view very effectively in the Arlington meeting on page 91 when he said, "I have discovered in discussion with individuals that it is much better to speak about what is included than what is excluded. I do not know if there is such a thing as the law of exclusion. The emphasis in the New Testament is always on what God says." Another way to look at the law of exclusion is to see two laws of exclusion. I take this way to be supplementary to the way I've just mentioned, rather than contradictory to it. First, there is the strict law of exclusion. Which I take to be nothing more than the law of self-contradiction. That is, we cannot logically, in the very nature of reality, have the object A and the object non-A at the same time. For such would be a self-contradiction. When we apply this rule, the law of self-contradiction, to the Bible, we know that logically we cannot possibly, in the nature of things, have singing, an authorized matter, and non-singing, its opposite, at the same time by the same persons. For the former necessarily excludes the latter, but nothing more. However, singing does not necessarily exclude playing, or for that matter, 1,001 other things, for the simple reason that it is possible for one to sing and to play at the same time. But it is not possible to sing and not to sing at the same time and by the same people. The most that we can say is that singing just does not include playing. Playing must stand for by itself and for itself. Well, I've got to hurry along here, because if I only have 15 minutes, I've got to get to the second part of my third major point. My third major point is concerned with the part that examples play in commands. And here it is, as I see it. The following relationships, examples, sustain to commands. In regard to general commands or principles, they provide us some structure or substance we can get our teeth in, and not just go swimming around in the Atlantic Ocean thinking that some generic thing or principle authorizes something. Two, in regard to some specific commands which lack certain essential elements they must have, examples can provide us some of the essentials of these specific commands which the commands themselves lack. In the third place, sometimes I believe, since examples represent specific binding authority, they even can substitute for commands or be virtually equal to commands. And in the fourth place, examples provide the setting for commands. Commands do not exist by themselves. Now then, my thesis is that commands cannot stand by themselves, but that they need examples, at least in four particular ways. One, examples serve in their relationship to general principles or commands to give them some substance or structure. General principles or commands by themselves are often so vague that one person can take them one way and another person can take them another way. But examples can give them some needed skeleton or parameters. Consider the following examples. Love is often used as the normative general principle. And thereby the love advocate can overlook the specific teaching and examples of the Scriptures which just don't seem to jive with his view of love. But the problem of such a generalized love is also obvious in that when we get down to the New Testament specifics of love, we soon have a parting of the ways. Because one group takes love one way, and another group takes it another way. I wish I had time to quote Brother Ketcher's side on this to show how, in my estimation, he was so out of step with the New Testament teaching on love. But I do want to emphasize this. There is no way generally to obey the general commandment of love. The only way to love is to do specific loving things. And the New Testament, in the examples of the New Testament, give us the structure or the specifics, the nitty-gritty of what it means to live loving the Lord your God with all your heart and your neighbor as yourself, etc. In the second place, the Golden Rule in the 1850s was used by abolitionist brethren to prove that slaveholding was sinful. Therefore, any church which fellowshipped slaveholders or which had not taken a stand against slaveholding was in fellowship with sin, and therefore ought to be disfellowshipped by all churches which took Matthew 7:12 seriously. See Ed Harrell, The Quest for a Christian America, pages 107 through 21 and 133 through 38. Harrell's pointed observation, quote, "The injunction to do unto all men as they would do unto you became to them the all-consuming design of Christianity," page 114. And this portrays clearly the attitude of some who are determined to go by some general principle and to ignore examples. Their argument that slaveholding based on the Golden Rule was sinful sounds very good, doesn't it? I've often made an argument like that myself. But it's so easy to draw a conclusion from that general principle that just won't line up with the specific facts in the New Testament. Well, various other examples could be given where people want to go by some general scriptural principle and ignore the examples as irrelevant or merely permissive. How is the argument, which is based on the generic commands of the Great Commission to preach the gospel, but we're not told how and we ignore examples, or the good of Galatians 6:10 and we ignore examples? How is an argument based on the Great Commission this way, or the good of Galatians 6:10, essentially different from those which I have given? I insist it's not, and it won't hold up. In conclusion on this point, I assert, and this made me as much as anything change from the institutional position to the non-institutional position. No, this, yes. That I assert that without examples to give us some parameters to limit general principles and commands, there are hardly any outer limits to how far we can go in the work, worship, and organization of the church when we try to pursue such generalities to their seemingly logical ultimate end. And when we hear brethren saying, the Roman Catholic Church is the ultimate end of such, I say yes, and I'm willing to defend that. Now then, the second function of examples in relationship to commands is to fill in on specifics of specific commands which don't contain their specifics. Take, for example, just one example to save time. The element of baptism in the commands to baptize. For example, the Great Commission says that the apostles should baptize the taught, but it does not say in what they should baptize them. Mark 16:16 and Matthew 28:19. Unless the examples of baptism in water are more than just permissive, there is no one and only element for baptism. Even if one tried to get the element of baptism from John 3:5, born of water, or Ephesians 5:26, the washing of water by the word, he would still need the examples so as to know that the water of those two passages is not figurative but literal water, and to know that these passages are indeed talking about baptism. And the same thing could be said about the Lord's Supper. But let's go on to our third. Well, what would you say, one, to the following argument? The Great Commission says to baptize in general, but not in what? And examples cannot give specific binding authority. Therefore, we are at liberty to baptize in whatever expedient element we wish to. The New Testament does not say to have both the cup and the loaf in the Lord's Supper. Now, what would you say if a person said then that you can have either one you want, and you can have them in whatever order you want to? In the third place, examples serve in relationship to some matters without specific commands recorded in the New Testament to be in effect the equivalent or substitutes for such commands. And after all, there are commands in the Scriptures to follow examples. Any viewpoint which argues that examples are only permissive is going to collapse or stumble over the statement in the Scriptures to follow examples. Now, I've read numerous things whereby people try to cut down the force of these passages, but all of their efforts fail, and I'll be glad to talk about that more if necessary later on. But in regard to something for which we have no specific command, take the time or the day for the Lord's Supper. There is no specific command to have the Lord's Supper on any day of the week, the month, or the year. However, there is the example in Acts 20, verse 7, of the disciples coming together upon the first day of the week to break bread. Does not this example preserve the essence of the apostolic teaching or command on when the disciples should have the Lord's Supper? Okay. Now, a second specific command, or two specific commands, we don't have. And if the examples don't give us the gist of these specific commands, then one of our most prized positions of all goes down the drain, or two of them. The Scriptures never teach us, give us a command to organize autonomous local churches. There's no command to do such. In fact, what is even more interesting is that there is not a command even to form local churches. But if I understand the New Testament properly, local churches not only existed, but also were independent of one another. Further, do not these examples of local churches and independent local churches preserve the essence of the apostolic teaching or command on the nature of the local churches, as well as the need for local churches to exist? And finally, examples in relationship to commands. They are the setting. We don't have any isolated commands floating around. They all come to us from other times and from other people. Examples are the setting in which commands come to us, so that commands are reducible to examples. And to think about the value of a setting, just think about the value of a ring to a diamond. None of you fellows better ask, if you ask a woman to marry you, better bring her a bare diamond. She may love diamonds, but she doesn't want a diamond in her hand. She wants a diamond in a ring, and she wants the ring with a diamond on her hand, and apparently God's the same way when it comes to examples and commands. We don't have any bare commands. We have commands always in the setting of examples. Some talk about direct commands. Well, direct to whom? You know, I've read the Bible, and I never found anything specifically directed to Almon Williams. I recall one time I was reading in Joshua some of the cities that were given to the Israelites. One in the King James Version was spelled A-L-M-O-N. And I was glad to see that. I finally found my name in the Bible. Then I looked at the margin of the King James. It says the Hebrew is Alameth, and there my name was gone. There are no scriptures directed to me or to anybody in this group. They come to us via examples, or they don't come to us at all. And if examples are not binding, neither are commands. In conclusion, brethren, as Christians, whenever we get any one of our practices called in question, we must give it up for a thus saith the Lord, and not a thus saith not the Lord. If we cannot do so, that is, give Scripture for what we practice when it's questioned, we must give up the practice. Nowhere else has the truly spiritual devotion of Thomas Campbell, in my judgment, come to us any more forcefully than the following pledge to all the like-minded people of his day. But this we do sincerely declare, that there is nothing we have hitherto received as matter of faith or practice which is not expressly taught and enjoined in the Word of God, either in express terms or approved precedent, that we would not heartily relinquish if it didn't have that so we might return to the original constitutional unity of the Christian church, and in this happy unity enjoy full communion with all our brethren in peace and charity. Ah, what noble, heart-beckoning words, and how I should like to go and do likewise. And I'll tell you just one thing. Back in 1951, an elder said to me in Flint, Michigan, I want you to go to Harding College, and I want you to become a great defender of cooperative work among the brethren. I thought cooperative work was right. James D. Bales was in favor of it. Of course, you might not like that, but I thought James D. Bales was in favor of it, and if it's good enough for James D. Bales, it must be good enough for anybody else. But, as Brother Harrell said, my hermeneutic made me give up such cooperational practices because I can't prove them beyond a reasonable shadow of doubt.
He went to the store to buy a dozen eggs, and he got ready to pay for them. He lacked 10 cents. And so he said to the owner of the store, he said, I'll just put them back on the shelf. And the owner of the store said, oh, no. He said, that's not necessary, preacher. He said, just go ahead and take the eggs. He said, it's not but a dime. And the preacher said, oh, no. He said, I don't do business like that. He said, I'll just put them back on the shelf. And again, the owner of the store said, preacher, he said, it's not but a dime. Said, go ahead and take the eggs. And again, the preacher was going to protest, and then the owner of the store, having been one who attended where he preached, said, now, preacher, said, go ahead and take those eggs. Said, it's not but a dime. He said, I'll just take it out in preaching. And the preacher said, well, I don't have any 10-cent sermons. The fellow said, in that case, I'll come to hear you twice. So anyway, we got two of us on tonight. And I appreciate so much the privilege of listening to Brother Williams, and appreciate, as others have said, the spirit in which his presentation was given. I'm very grateful to Brother Lanier and to Brother Wolfgang for the work that they have done, and for the invitation that they have extended, and for the confidence that has been expressed. And I stand before you tonight understanding the seriousness of the position wherein I stand, and the seriousness of the topic that has been assigned. I want to spend a few moments tonight by way of some introductory material. And as we thus begin, I would like to say from a personal perspective that I believe that most of us, if not all of us tonight, can say that we are not here tonight to castigate or to malign, nor are we here to contribute to polarization and divisiveness, nor are we here to assume a polemical stature or position, though there have been such discussions in the past, and no doubt there will be profitably others in the future. We're not here to speak for a school, nor a segment of the brotherhood, nor are we here to sweep a divisive problem under the rug, or to put a Band-Aid on a wound of many years' deep concern. But from the positive standpoint, I believe that we can say we're here tonight to accentuate our similarities. Again, to emphasize the need, yea, the mandate for unity upon God's platform. Thirdly, we're here representing ourselves as 20th century Bereans who had open hearts. They received the Word of God with a readiness of mind, and they had open Bibles. They searched the Scriptures daily. And that's the happy combination that must be present. Open hearts and open Bibles.
Further, we're here to foster and improve understanding between the persuasions that are present, and to begin and or to continue a healing of a too long forgotten open wound in the body of our Lord, and thus to contribute to world evangelism. John 17, 20 and 21. But now transition, but still by way of introductory material. I believe tonight that there are some presuppositions that we can all take to heart. And among them are these: that the Bible is divine in origin, 2 Timothy 3, 16 and 17. Secondly, that it is God's full, complete, and final revelation of His will to man, Jude 3, Galatians 1, 6 through 9. Thirdly, that it is to be held in profound reverence. As the psalmist said, my heart standeth in awe of thy word. That's why we take off our shoes when we open the Bible, because we're standing on holy ground. Psalms 119, verse 161. We're presupposing that all of us believe that the Bible must be believed. 2 Thessalonians 2:13, that the Bible must be obeyed. Romans 6, 16 through 18, and the Bible must be taught, 2 Timothy 2 and verse 2. Additionally, we are presupposing that we love the brotherhood, 1 Peter chapter 2, 17 and 18, but that we recognize that a segmentation exists among us, 1 Corinthians 1:11, but that, my brethren, these things ought not so to be, James 2, verse 10, and that we recognize that God instructs us to be united, 1 Corinthians chapter 1 and verse 10. And we're presupposing additionally that we all recognize per this gathering that there is a deep-seated desire in the hearts of all present to restore and to cultivate the unity of the Spirit in the bond of peace. But we all recognize that the present state of affairs largely exists because of a lack of unanimity when it comes to the field of hermeneutics. First, why are we here? Secondly, presuppositions. Thirdly, what about hermeneutics? Duncan said hermeneutics is simply the science of interpretation. We would like to expand on that very briefly by saying that hermeneutics consists of the approach and the application. Approach, application that we make of the Word of God. Therefore, we're dealing in the field of hermeneutics with how does the Bible guide us, direct us, lead us, authorize us, instruct us, and restrain us. But still by way of introductory material. The field of hermeneutics is not a field that's somehow or another in the 20th century producing now some real problems, and all of a sudden this is just peculiar to our given day and time. When the Jerusalem Council was conducted in the book of Acts chapter 15 about AD 50, such resulted in a letter being penned. Now upon receiving that epistle, the recipients were faced with a hermeneutical challenge. They had, first of all, to make a decision concerning the origin of that epistle. And then, secondly, they had to determine something about the nature of the content of that epistle. When the epistle said to refrain from fornication, was that to be taken figuratively, as it was often used in the Old Testament for idolatry, or to be taken figuratively? And so tonight we're not faced with any really new challenge. Now, the field of biblical hermeneutics is a very broad field. And for the brevity of the time allotted in this session tonight, that's certainly so. Now, with these background thoughts in mind, why are we here? Presuppositions. What is hermeneutics? And it's not a really new challenge to us. I want to enter into the body of the study tonight in which we will pursue the following approach. First, we will make some general observations concerning the matter of authority. Secondly, we will deal with the ways that the Bible authorizes. And thirdly, speak to what should our response be to the silence of the Scriptures, and close with some observations. First, some general observations concerning biblical authority. Ladies and gentlemen, we must have authority in our lives. Otherwise, the condition of the judges exists. Judges chapter 21, 25, wherein men do that is right in their own eyes. But what do we mean when we speak of authority? Webster sometimes misses it, but many times hits it on the target. And thus he does relative to authority. He says authority is superiority derived from status that carries with it the right to demand and give final decisions. Thus, authority has to do with that to which we can make our final appeal. Relative to this matter of Bible authority, this audience needs not have developed in its hearing the chain of biblical authority. Thus, I will not so do except to state it's God, Christ, the Holy Spirit, the apostles, and the Bible. Now, relative to the last point, the Bible is our exclusive authority in religion in matters of faith and practice. Such is taught implicitly in 2 John 9 through 11, Galatians 1, 6 through 9, and in a multitude of other places. And because that is the case, the list almost becomes endless as to what then does not constitute authority in religion. For example, subjective experience, human reasoning, the religion of parents, the human conscience, the will and practice of either the majority or the minority, the church, the school, the paper, a preacher, human tradition, democratic vote, what are sister churches doing? What are growing denominational bodies doing? What's the motive of action? None of these constitute really biblical authority for our action, but rather what saith the Bible. Now, we must have biblical authority for all that we preach and practice. Colossians 3:17 says, whatsoever ye do in word or deed, do all. Whatsoever and all are corollaries in that given passage. That's the generalization. But then Paul becomes specific and breaks down the whatsoever and the all, and says, in word or deed. Word, preaching. Deed, practice. And so this then must be what done in the name of the Lord, or as our Lord authorizes. Yes, biblical authority we must have for what we practice. Does not the Bible say we walk by faith? 2 Corinthians 5:7. And the faith comes by hearing God's word. Romans 10:17. Indeed, then, biblical authority must be present. But, brethren, sadly we must observe that the condition has already arrived, it seems, in some places, where biblical authority is no longer believed to be absolutely necessary. A further indication, incidentally, of repudiation of pattern authority. And such has grown out of and resulted from the view of the Bible as primarily being a compilation of love letters and not being constitutional, with the message of the Bible being primarily relational and not codal. I believe that, in a nutshell, is the new hermeneutic, and I repudiate it. Now, having established the fact of some just general points on the subject of Bible authority, I want to make the transition to the second emphasis of the evening. And that is, how does the Bible authorize? The Bible authorizes by commands and or directives, by examples, by implication or inference, and by expediency, with the silence of the Scriptures avidly being respected. But now let's break that down for our study. First of all, Bible authority being established by commands. In our study of that particular matter, I would like first of all to observe that commands or directives in the New Testament differ in the form in which they come to us. Sometimes these commands come to us in the form of a direct mandate. Believe on the Lord Jesus Christ, Acts 16:31. Secondly, sometimes they come to us in the form of an expressed desire. Paul said to the Thessalonians, 2 Thessalonians 3:5, may the Lord direct your heart, that's my desire, into the love of God. Thirdly, sometimes these commands come to us in the form of a conditional statement. If ye then be risen with Christ. Doesn't that come to us indeed, stating that we are to have been risen with Christ? But it's in the form of a conditional statement. Again, sometimes they come in the form of an exhortation. For example, 1 John 4, verse 7. Beloved, let us love one another. Then sometimes they come to us in the form of a question. Shall we continue in sin that grace may abound? That rhetorical question, equal to simply, we're not to continue. Brethren, don't continue in sin that you might be a recipient of the greater measure of the grace of God. But it comes to us in the form of a question. Then sometimes it comes to us in the form of a declaration. He that believeth and is baptized shall be saved. Mark 16:16. And so, varying forms. Now, these commands or directives of God can either be generic or specific, to which Brother Williams made reference a moment ago. Now, if the command is generic, such authorizes the action without the details. If the command is specific, such authorizes the action and specifies and authorizes the details. And such can be illustrated by, naturally, the building of the ark. Noah was told, for example, to put a door in that ark. But he was not told specifically where to locate the door. And so he was specifically told to put a door in the ark, and that's specific authority. But there was a generic part to that as well. Why? Well, what side of the ark? God did not legislate, so that was left to his discretion. Then, relative to these commands or directives, what is man's relationship to these? When the commands are generic, we are at liberty to choose, not binding one to the exclusion of the other, while we are judicious and expeditious. But when the commands are specific, we do not have the right to change or to loose. Binding and loosing were prerogatives of the apostles. And brethren, we have apostolic authority, Galatians 1:6 and following, but we do not have apostolic succession. When God commands, then, we are not to change by addition, subtraction, or modification. Neither are we to question. But when God commands, we have the privilege to obey, regardless of the cost, regardless of how foolish the command may seem, regardless of whether we can see connection between the command given and the necessary results to be followed. But again, biblical authority established or corroborated by example. There are abuses in this field of biblical hermeneutics. Some doubt, if not outrightly deny, the authority of biblical example. Such ones advocate biblical authority is primarily limited to commands or directives. Others make examples an exclusive way of establishing what can be done. That's why these ask, where is the example for individual communion cups? Where is the example for a meeting house or for visual aids? Such illustrates why this phase of hermeneutical study is vital. Now, what do we mean by example? An example is that which is to be followed or to be imitated. Now, let it be understood that examples are authorized in two senses. An example authorizes in the sense that the matter must be done. That is, it's a matter that is obligatory. Examples also authorize in the sense that they may be done. That is, the matter is permitted, but optional. And thus, in the field of biblical examples, there is a must and a may authorization in them. Now, to expand on that a little further, biblical examples or events fall into certain classifications. And I will be very brief here. There are examples in the Bible of things done that are sinful. Acts 5, 1 through 11, Ananias and Sapphira. Next, there are examples or events that were right when they took place but would be improper now, delaying preaching to the Gentiles for 10 years. Thirdly, there are actions in the New Testament that were temporary but obligatory. 1 Corinthians 14, verse 1, desire spiritual gifts was what the Corinthians were to do. Well, that's temporary, as we read back in chapter 13, 8 through 10, but it was certainly obligatory then. Then there are actions which were temporary and optional. What about the circumcision of Timothy? Then there are actions which are permanent and optional. What about the Macedonians? That example of giving to the standpoint of they were reduced to abject penury. Now, that's permanent in that we can still do it, but it's not required, optional. And then there are events that are permanent and obligatory, such as 1 Corinthians 16, 1 through 2, giving of our means and the Lord's Supper and so on. It can be readily seen then, from this study, that for an example to be binding today, it must be right, it must be permanent, and either must be either optional or obligatory. Now, out of this list of classifications, how do we determine into which category an event or an action falls? And perhaps we'll have time to deal with that a little later, so I'll just mention it very briefly. I believe that it can be told in the following ways. First, by the employment of hermeneutical principles, primarily these that are applied to commands, applying examples, and such matters. Therefore, in the exercise of the application of hermeneutical principles, we will do what? Study the action per se, then the immediate context, and then the remote context. Add to that secondly. For us to understand into which category a given event falls, we then must exercise rational thinking, common sense. God made man in the mind of man, and God gave us the Bible adapted to man. And that being the case, then, God adapted to the Bible to man's rational concept and behavior. Thus, we can exercise rational thought in these matters. And then add to that, thirdly, and somewhat redundant, but I mention it because I believe it's so important, we must come to understand the totality of the Bible's instruction on a given matter at hand before we can determine whether or not that given example falls into the area of being obligatory for today. Friends, a repudiation of the authority of biblical example will result in serious consequences. It will result in a repudiation of the restoration principle. Secondly, it will constitute a capitulation to the modernists of our day who denies pattern authority and that the Bible is our blueprint. And thirdly, it will result in the loss of the distinctive nature of the New Testament church per the Lord's Supper. But again, Bible authority by implication and necessary inference. All the Bible says, it says either explicitly or implicitly. And what it says implicitly is as binding as what it says explicitly. And when God's Word says something implicitly, I may be just now in 1919 inferring that it is thus implied. But not just because I inferred it does it become authoritative, but simply because it's been in the Bible all the time and because God said it. Because God said it, not because we're just now inferring it. We must see that God implies and man infers. And that it is authoritative because God implied. Now, what do we mean by implication or necessary inference? An implication or a necessary inference is a deduction reached by sound, rational reasoning based upon facts. When any action or fact is absolutely demanded by the biblical information at hand, though not specifically stated, that fact, that action or information is implication or inference. Now, to illustrate, it is implied that Jesus went down into the water. The Bible never said he did. The Bible says he came up out of the water. But the implication is that he went down into it. Our Lord used implication when dealing with the Sadducees in Matthew 22 relative to the resurrection from the dead. But then authority established, implemented by expediency. What do we mean by expediency? Expediency, friends, is that expedites naturally or assists in the implementation of an obligation. An obligation has an expediency. So, where there is no obligation, then naturally we would have no expediency. And furthermore, if there is no advantage, we would have no expediency. So there must be one, there must be an obligation. Two, there must be an advantage for an expediency to result. Now, relative to this matter of expediency, let's examine some illustrations. The Lord, for example, says that we are to assemble, Hebrews 10:25. This constitutes the obligation. But in the area of expediency, we can assemble in a tent under a tree or in a meeting house. And let it be understood that there is a vast difference between an expedient and an addition. For example, it would have been an addition in the use of an unauthorized kind of wood if Noah had used pine, or it would have been indeed an addition if he had built it out of aluminum. But that nowhere at all prohibited him from using a hammer and a crowbar. One is in the area of an expedient, whereas the other is not the case. And of course, such can be reasoned relative to psalm books and the use of an organ. One is not authorized, not in the field of expediency, whereas the other is. And ladies and gentlemen, let me say that we must come to understand that we have to have biblical authority for what we do. And when somebody says, where is the authority for a songbook? And the implication being that, well, we don't have that, therefore we still do it, therefore we can do anything else that's not authorized, is false reasoning. I believe psalm books are authorized in the Bible, in the field of expediency. Now, as we draw toward the close, I wanted to have considerable time to deal with this matter respecting the silence of the Scriptures. But let me just say that Colossians 3:17, as well as other texts we have previously mentioned tonight, establish the fact that the silence of the Word of God must be avidly respected. And such can be illustrated throughout the New Testament and the Old Testament. But since my time has transpired, let me bring to a close the observations of this hour by simply saying that tonight, by way of introductory material, we observed some presuppositions. We observed some reasons for our having assembled. We observed the definition of hermeneutics. And we observed that that's the challenge of the hour. In the transition, we then observed how the Bible authorizes, by command, by example, by necessary inference, implication, and by expediency. We then observed that Bible authority is necessary for all that we do and say in the field of religion, and with the silence of the Scriptures being avidly respected. Let us call to memory that 1 Peter 2:17 and 18 says, love the brotherhood. And the Psalms 133 and verse 1 says, behold how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. And that God hates the sin of division. Proverbs chapter 6, 16 through 19. And that when my Lord died on Calvary, and when his body was bathed in his own blood and in human spittle, one of the reasons for which he was dying is stated in Ephesians chapter 2, 13 through 16, wherein we read, that he might reconcile both unto God in one body by the cross, having slain the enmity thereby. unjustified division among the people of God is a reproach upon the death of our Lord on Calvary's hill.
It certainly is a pleasure I want to express, along with these other brethren that have spoken today, to have a part in this program this evening. The time constraint is always against us, and there's so much that we would like to say that we will not have time to say. So let me get right into it, lest I lose any of this 4 minutes. I believe that much of the problems that have arisen have come about because of different hermeneutical perspectives. Now, to put that down in everyday language, we simply haven't approached the Bible with the same principles of interpretation. And we, therefore, have these problems. I believe if this one session tonight could be the only session, and we didn't even have all of the rest of them to follow, we could solve the problem in this area alone, because I believe this is where we must solve it. Never mind the new hermeneutic. On this occasion, we have enough problems with the old one. And we need to look at the old one. If we could solve these things about the hermeneutics of the thing, the principles of interpretation, then I believe the issues would disappear. They would take care of themselves. We've heard and continue to hear and see in print over the years and up to the present day that some are conservative and some are liberal. And I want to address that for just a moment. Brethren, I don't believe that I'm a liberal. And I believe that I'm just as conservative as anybody in this room. Now, I think that we have some liberals in the church, but I don't identify with them. And so we need to, I think, look at these terms that we sometimes use about ourselves and maybe make some corrections. I want to state for the record also that I don't believe in church support of human institutions. And therefore, I'm not an institutionalist. And I don't claim any allegiance with that mode of thinking. I think that all three of us who on this occasion are on our side of the table, all three of us want to conserve everything that is laid out in the Bible for us to believe and practice. And that's why we say we are conservative. We don't want to violate a single principle of authority that God has put in that book. There are some who say it doesn't matter. You can just love God and do as you please. We don't take that position. We never have and we never will. These two speeches, though, reveal that we do have some differences in principles of interpretation, and there is virtual agreement. I think you've noticed by the hearing of these tonight. There is virtual agreement on much of what was covered tonight. In other words, when it comes to direct statements, sometimes called commands, we have agreement. When it comes to the matter of implication or necessary inference, we have virtual agreement. Where we differ has to do with examples. Brethren, I believe in patternism. I am a patternist. I believe the Bible is a blueprint, but I do not believe that an example taken by itself, an example alone where there is no statement, whether explicit or implicit, that no example can be binding. If you have it by itself and there's no implicit or explicit statement to bind that thing, it cannot be bound. And this is where I think the crux of the matter lies. We must not think that if one says that an example alone cannot bind, that this is equivalent to saying that all examples, therefore, are in the realm of permissiveness. This doesn't follow, because some examples may simply reflect what is bound in some other place.
I express my appreciation for the opportunity to be here this evening, though with fear and trembling. Seldom do I stand in an audience of this many preachers. I appreciate the things that Brother Winkler had to say, with which I agree regarding the emphasis upon examples, and also what Gary has just expressed, that examples alone are not binding. I'd like to touch on the three major points of Brother Williams' speech. I have the advantage of having it in written form here. I'd like to make some quotes from it. That the New Testament is a pattern of the gospel, and the pattern of the law of inclusion, and the pattern and nature of the authoritative examples. And he spent approximately one half of his material on that subject. I can appreciate the fact that he believes in the same principles of hermeneutics that most of us would accept. The problem, of course, is in the application. I liked many things that he had to say. On page 3 of his message, he talked about being a patternist. And I say that I, too, believe in following the pattern of the New Testament. And I'm impressed with the statement that the sum total of all of God's will is all of its parts. And on page 7, there's a statement, though, that I'd like for you to pay special attention to, and by way of commendation regarding his statement. God's silence regarding the specifics of the generic allows us to use our judgment and to use inexpedient specifics in carrying out the generic matter. Of course, any time we fail to recognize that, we do have some problems. Then on page 9, he said, in other words, we should do in religion only those things authorized in God's Word. Now, I would question some statements that he has made regarding examples, and we had a fine presentation, highly technical matter being presented to us tonight. But I am somewhat confused about some of the statements regarding examples. Under generic authority, he stated, in relationship to the command, go, he has not made the choice of any specific way to go, to leave the choice up to our judgment. Then he said, in the matter of specifics for carrying out the generic, we have the choice of using our best judgment in the matter. I agree with that. But then we have other statements that lead me to consider the difficulty of some of the other statements. For instance, on page 17, he said the residual problem of examples. Whenever we find no helpful pertinent data at all to help us to decide this matter, or only enough presumably to confuse us, what should we do? I answer that we should take the deed in question to be specific, binding authority until we learn otherwise for the following reasons. Then on page 18, he referred to the fact that commands cannot stand by themselves. And on page 21, he emphasized the fact without examples to give us some perimeters to limit general principles and commands, there are hardly any outer limits as to how far we can go. I wanted to mention these things because these, no doubt, will be areas that we'll be discussing, along with the example of the Lord's Supper and the example of establishing local congregations.
I, too, appreciate the opportunity of being here this evening and sharing with you just a couple of minutes of introductory thoughts. Long ago, I was impressed with two principles that seem to be embedded in the New Testament that speak to the kind of attitude that I must have and that all of us should share with respect to the Scriptures. The first is that we respect the individual conscience of one another. And the older I become and the more involved I get in various issues, no matter what they are, the more I respect what Paul had to say in passages like 1 Corinthians chapter 8 or Romans 14 or other passages that have a bearing on the question of conscience. We should not, under any circumstance, cause a brother to offend by a liberty that we possess. And I suppose that the whole question of authority comes down to the matter, are we really and sincerely willing to give up our liberty for unity? I have many head-on discussions with individuals with whom I differ, and sooner or later it just comes down to that. The other principle that seems to me to be embedded in the Scripture is that of congregational independence. It is something that the New Testament guarded jealously. All one has to do is study carefully the matter of the contribution for the poor saints in Jerusalem and all that Paul had to write about it to understand how important it was that each congregation, through their own messengers, guard their deposits and fulfill and accomplish the will of God. I hope that each of us who is present is willing to recognize these principles as we study commands and examples and inferences. And when we see clearly what the New Testament teaches, that we are willing to defer to the conscience of others. I also would like to suggest that when it comes to the matter of examples, there is no better instructor than God's Old Testament book of examples. As Brother Williams had said, there are a number of examples that he would like to have cited. I would like to share simply one of them with you. Look with me, if you will, at Numbers, the 15th chapter for just a moment. There was a case that came up in which an individual was caught violating the Sabbath, picking up sticks on the Sabbath day. In the light of the Old Testament, it was quite obvious, in the light of the Ten Commandments, that Sabbath violation was to result in the penalty of death. But the question is, what kind of death? And I would like for you carefully, on your own, to read Numbers, the 15th chapter, and notice that when they found this man picking up sticks, they knew he was worthy of death, but they knew not what kind of death. And they simply put him in ward until God revealed to them what to be done. Had God not spoken, I suppose the man would have rotted in jail. But the fact is, God did speak, and it is the sum total of what he says as he comments on his own statements that gives us our basis of authority.
I suppose that at some time or another, all of us have wished that we had the Apostle Paul here. Or if we just had spiritual gifts, why things would be so much easier. They'd settle so many of these problems. But I remind you that in the first century, when they had inspired men and they had spiritual gifts, they didn't have any fewer problems nor any less division than we have today. The church is divided over any number of things. There were doctrinal matters. There were moral issues. There were false teachers on every hand. And groups that pulled away from the disciples did not necessarily become atheists. They still believed in God. They still believed in Jesus Christ. And yet they had formed their own particular group. Churches had to be reprimanded because of the course that they were taking. So here was a situation in a day when there were inspired men and spiritual gifts, and we still find a lot of mess in the New Testament. The question is, of course, how was it handled? I don't find in any place where any of the apostles, or even when Jesus was handling the divisions in his day among the Jews, where there was any appeal to, well, let's just try to get along and have unity because that's more important than anything else. We'll love one another to death. The constant appeal that Jesus made and the apostles made was to truth. They revealed truth at that moment, but it was still an appeal to truth, and it was truth that was presented in any number of ways. It was presented in the very ways that we read now, in ways in which we determine what they had to say and what they want us to know. That truth is for us now as much as it was in the first century. God designed it that way. I believe that there are three principles engraved in stone that we have to keep in mind. Number one, we have an absolute standard of truth revealed in the Scriptures. Secondly, we are capable of understanding it. And when two people disagree, someone is wrong, and perhaps both are, but at least one of the persons is wrong. And the only way that they can become right is to come back to the Scriptures. When two people disagree, somebody's left the truth. And thirdly, after reasonable time and effort to try to correct the error of someone, God demands division. He requires a break be made. And those things are clearly taught in the Word of God. The studies that we have tonight have to do with getting back to what does the Bible teach? How does it teach us? I think there's a good deal of fuzzy thinking on the subject, and I think we've heard some of it tonight. For the most part, I appreciate the presentations that have been made, but I think we need to define some things more clearly. I don't think that we really clearly have defined what we mean by specific directives or specific commands and what we mean by generic authority or what we mean by expediencies or examples. And I think there's some definitions that need to be clarified in regard to those. We can be wrong because we are wrong about the principles and we don't have the correct approach to the Word of God. But we can also be wrong when we do not apply those principles consistently throughout the Word of God, and that's an important thing.
Reminding you that the specific areas of application regarding the cooperation question are to be discussed in subsequent sections. Yet it may be that in the next 20 minutes or so, we can accomplish some things by allowing these brethren to take turns for about 2 minutes apiece, trying to give some further definition to the differences between the two views that have been expressed this evening, trying to clarify these different areas of discussion. Brother Reeves is going to help us with that. If you need some help about the 2 minutes, if you can, I think he's going to give a 1 minute warning and then time's up. If you can handle that yourself, all right, that's fine too.
Are we going to do this from these speakers?
Yes. You just from
I wonder if he could move over here so we could see.
All right. Be good.
The speaker blocking.
Put the microphone up close to you.
We need to get you as close to the microphones as we can. All right, who would like to go first then? Any volunteers? Gary?
One thing that Brother Williams brought out in his position that if we didn't go by examples alone, we would not know the element in which to baptize, and I think he also mentioned the day of the Lord's Supper, and I'd like to respond to that to start with, because I made the statement that I don't believe that any example is binding if that's all you have, and Brother Barnett asked for definitions. We really do need some. I don't know if we have time for them. By example, I don't mean something that's obligatory. I simply mean the record of some action. And so that's the way I'll be using it this evening. But here's the way I would establish the day of the week for the Lord's Supper. If I never had Acts 20, verse 7, I would know that it's to be taken on the first day of the week. And I think it can be proved. Here's the way I would do it. I would say an assembly of Christians was commanded to take place on the first day of the week. 1 Corinthians 16, verses 1 and 2. An essential part of the assembly is the observance of the Lord's Supper. 1 Corinthians 11, verses 20 and following. Therefore, the Lord's Supper was commanded to take place on the first day of the week. I don't need Acts 20, verse 7. It illustrates, it corroborates, it substantiates, but if that's the only passage we had, we couldn't bind the day of the Lord's Supper any more than we could bind the time of day of the Lord's Supper and insist that it be in the evening, as some brethren have done, or bind the place and say that it must be in an upper room, as some other brethren have also done. And then furthermore, regarding the baptism in water, if we never had Acts 8, Philip and the eunuch, we wouldn't need to wonder about what the element is, because in Acts 10, Peter said, "Can anyone forbid the water?" And he commanded them to be baptized.
All right, response on the other side over here.
I really don't agree with the use of 1 Corinthians 16, of that particular interpretation, because there is not inherent in the instruction of 1 Corinthians 16 an assembly. Now, the way that we would establish an assembly in 1 Corinthians 16 is to take it in conjunction with other passages that have to do with the first day of the week assembly. You look at the instructions of 1 Corinthians 16, and it simply says, on the first day of every week, you lay by him in stores, he may prosper, and no collection be made when I come. And there's nothing said about an assembly. We have to assume and assert an assembly in the passage. So that this is why some brethren will mail their check in. I have no objections to that. Or they'll leave it with the preacher and say, "Put this in the plate for me Sunday." Or any number of other ways. I know of one congregation that has a box in the vestibule where members just drop it in the box as they go in the door, and then they assemble in the auditorium. This doesn't state assembly. I agree that this is a collection made by a congregation that's placed in a common place, a common treasury. But to say that this requires alone, standing by itself, an assembly every first day of the week is to say something that this passage does not say. I would take Acts 20 and 7 only in relationship and reference to another way of proving. I don't think Acts 20 and 7 alone by itself will establish an every first day of the week assembly, but we can get into that in just a few moments. I think my time's up.
Don, or?
I would just make comment that the fact that the Lord's Supper, when instituted in Matthew, Mark, and Luke, all refer to the fact that the Lord's Supper was to be in the kingdom. And then we have Paul saying, "I'm giving instructions that I received from the Lord." And the fact that he said to do it, and the awfulness of it is suggested. Then when we have the assembly mentioned, or the assembling in Hebrews 10:25, along with the reinforcement of 1 Corinthians 16:2, I see Acts 20 and verse 7 as a demonstration, example of what we are to do. But I believe we have all this, the text and the context, all that have some bearing on it.
I want to address what Brother Workman said just a minute ago. I may have misunderstood Brother Williams' point, but I don't think so. When he talked about examples alone, he was simply saying that there is no commandment in the New Testament that is directed to us in the 20th century. It is directed to first century Christians, Paul to the Corinthians or to the Ephesians or whatever. And therefore, that whatever authority we have is by way of New Testament examples. In other words, the commandments themselves in the New Testament become examples for us, and our only basis of authority is by way of examples. That's what I understood him to be saying.
Can I make another comment? I think before we get into some of these applications, as you pointed out, Gary, we need to define some terms. We've got several areas where we need to understand what the principles are before we can really start applying them. And I think that starts with this matter of generics and specifics. I've heard a good deal about generic commands and specific commands as though there were two different categories. There's no such thing as that. All commands are specific. Generic simply refers to the options or choices found in specific statements and commands that are left up to us to carry out. Those are the unspecified options. Here's where I would disagree with the point at the beginning of Brother Winkler's presentation. I don't find much to disagree with his presentation, but here's the point in which he stated the Bible authorizes by directives, by inferences, by examples, and expediencies. Bible does not authorize by expediency. And expediency is an option of generic authority. It is what is authorized by authority, but it does not authorize something else. Now, he got around at the close of it and straightened that out and talked about obligations bringing about expediencies. But we've got to keep our language proper and correct, that we're talking about in generics and specifics. We're talking about the specific commander statement, and we're talking about those unspecified choices that we can make that are found in specific authority. And that's where we have to start. And that has a bearing on 1 Corinthians 16 and all these others.
This side went twice in a row. You guys want to go twice in a row?
I think that we may have some semantic differences among us where we don't really differ in our viewpoint, but we might be expressing it in different ways. I know Brother Winkler, I know what he believes in this, and I know that he understands that for anything to be an expedient, it must first be authorized. And while it may not have sounded that way at the initial presentation of it, it was contained in his material. But again, I agree that when we say generic and specific, every command, this is the way I typically say it, every command has both a specific and a generic aspect. So if you take the Great Commission, we can't say that's generic, but sing is specific. The Great Commission is specific when it says go. That means go, not stay. That's specific. We have to go. But it's generic or optional as to how we go. If we take the other thing, we have the generic aspect of making music, making melody to the Lord. That would be the generic part of that, and the sing is the specific. Or you could even say that after you mention the sing, there are still some options, because it doesn't say whether you have to have four-part harmony or unison. It doesn't say what the style of the music might be, whether classical or bluegrass, like in the red songbook that's used so much, or whatever. So we recognize all of these things, and I think Brother Williams said, well, this one is generic, this one's specific, but I think even he would agree with what we're saying on this point. I don't think we disagree on this. We expressed it a little bit differently, but that's not where the disagreement lies. Back to 1 Corinthians 16, I don't agree with the observation made regarding that, because if this were simply a private matter of laying by in store, stuffing it under your mattress or in your drawer, or putting it out of one bag into another, the first day of the week would not be specified. And by him doesn't mean at home, as some people have insisted. I think an assembly has to be implied in the understanding of that passage.
Let me just say that I didn't say that. So.
Okay.
Brother Barnett, is not expediency authorized by the Lord? In other words, I believe Brother Winkler was not trying to say that expediency was not doing something unauthorized, but rather it is a way of carrying out that which God does authorize, such as songbooks and so on.
Can I respond to that now?
It's your turn.
Okay. No, what he did at the beginning of his presentation, he put it on a level with directives, inferences, examples, expediencies. All of those things authorize expediencies, but expediencies do not authorize anything. It's the way that he had it worded. Now, as I say, he corrected that on over in his presentation. But what I'm wanting to get across is we're going to have to get our concept of the principles correct before we can make a correct application of them. We've got to understand what, and I think that there are a lot of people here tonight confused by some of these things. Unless we get those straight, then we're not going to be able to properly apply them consistently wherever we need to.
Okay.
Why don't you go back to across the table and we'll be caught up.
All right.
we do have the principle of the obligation to love our brother, as was brought out in Brother Williams' speech, and as Maurice said in his brief comments at the microphone there. And we should forbear in various matters, but none of us are willing to forbear in every single objection that some brother might raise. The very things that were said by these two brethren about how that for the sake of unity we ought to be willing to sacrifice our liberty have been said to me by those who hold to the one cup, quote unquote, and no class position. And they've said, if these are matters of indifference, then what difference does it make? Why don't you give it up for the sake of unity? These brethren won't give it up. And so why make the application to us to give up the liberty on these things that we have divided over when they won't do the same with these other brethren?
Melvin?
I think maybe we need to talk to the one cup brethren, and we need to talk to other individuals, the no class brethren, or whatever the situation is. Frankly, I will give it up. I'll use the one cup if it'll bring harmony to the body of Christ. And I will give up the class situation because it's not authorized by God directly anyway. I mean, I think it's expedient, but I don't think it's necessary. That's my only answer to it. I'll be glad to give it up if it'll bring unity to the body of Christ.
What about the use of songbooks? Someone objected to that. Should we give it up? Remembering Paul's attitude toward having Titus circumcised in Galatians 2.
I don't really suppose I have to have a songbook. If that becomes a critical issue to stand in the way of the unity of brethren, yes, sir. I'll give up meeting houses. I'll give up songbooks. I'll give up any expediency that's necessary to bring brethren together. Yes, sir. I don't see any problem with that. Well, I don't think it's necessary, mind you, but I'd give it up gladly.
In that case, we could all be united tonight. Let's all of those of us sitting on this side of the table give up the various things that divide us, and let's all you brethren give up the individual communion cups along with us and the Bible classes.
Wait a minute, you haven't heard from me yet.
Are you really willing to do it? See, I don't really think that this is going to happen. I think that when matters like this are perceived by one side to be making laws where God didn't make them, that brethren are going to feel like it is not within the bounds of what the Scriptures demand of us regarding loving the brotherhood to concede to a point that is presented as doctrine rather than opinion. And you brethren deal with that the same way that we do to those that are on our right in some matter.
Let's get back on track and get with our definitions. All authority answers to the questions of who, what, where, why, when, how many, how often, how far. And God will specify some of those at times, and that's what we mean by specific authority. All of those that he does not specify are the matter of generic options. Let me illustrate it this way. This is a favorite illustration of mine. I step into a room of teenagers and I say, go get some bread. They assume that I mean the kind that you eat. But I've given a specific directive. Go get some bread. Now, as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter to me who gets it, where they go, what kind of bread, where they get it, how they pay for it, how they get there, anything else, as long as they do what I've specified. Go get some bread. So the whole room go, or it might be one or two, or what have you. But if I want to be a little more specific, and there are other things that are more important to me, I'll specify a little bit more, and I'll say, Charles, here's the money. You go down to the corner drugstore, you get one loaf of thin slice, wholesome sandwich bread, white, and you bring it right back here immediately. And that means that those items are important to me. Now, you still got a lot of choices. And those unspecified choices still I've left up to him because they're not important to me. This is what God's done in His Word. He may tell us the who and the what and leave the how and the when unspecified. When He does that, then we can decide on the how and the when as long as we get the who and the what correct. That's the difference between specific authority and the options that are our choices. Now, when it comes to examples, examples may reflect either the specific or the options, either specific or generic authority, and we have to determine that in dealing with examples. Okay.
Well, let me continue that line of thinking on. Our 2-minute limit restricts us. I know that Maurice wanted to say more there, but I think regarding the example thing, this is where the rubber meets the road. This is the point on which we divide. We don't divide on necessary inference. Now, that's the new hermeneuticists. They say we have to throw that out. There's no such thing as necessary inference, no such thing as binding implications. We all who are battling this out on this occasion disagree with those brethren. What we disagree on among ourselves is the matter regarding an example, or the record of an action, to be more precise. Some brethren have said, well, here's the record of an action about a church sending to another church and what it was for and whether it could be done or whether it couldn't be done, but there's no statement contained anywhere in the Bible that says that it must be done one way versus the other way. If we're going to take simply the narrative record of some action as binding in the absence of some explicit or implicit information that is contained in the Bible on that subject, then there's no way in the world that we can avoid being forced to the position that every time you pray you must kneel, since that's the only position mentioned for Christians in the New Testament. And there's no way in the world that you can avoid taking the position that you must fast. There's no way in the world that you can avoid taking the position that you must use only one container in the Lord's Supper. You may think there were other containers involved, but you can't prove it, and you know there was one. There's no way you can avoid taking the position that we must have an undivided assembly every time the church gets together on some occasion of study. And there's no way you can avoid saying that when we go overseas to do missionary work, evangelistic work overseas, we must go by ship. All of those things are recorded in the Bible. And if we're going to take narrative action as binding, we have to bind those things.
Maurice, did you want to add something else to what you were saying?
I'll get to it. Go ahead.
I suppose that sooner or later we have to clothe examples in flesh and blood. And I certainly believe that we do have to look at each example, as Brother Workman was suggesting, and determine whether it is in reality today binding upon us, and if it is, then we better do it. All I can say is if it really comes down to the licking log and such things as you mentioned are absolutely, unequivocally, the bottom line on it, I certainly had better yield to it. I may question your conclusions with respect to that, but I don't think I can question the fact that when finally we have reasoned ourselves down to the fact that this is it and this is the example that if it is authorization, we need to do it, no matter what it is, no matter how it may grate our own liberties. That, I think, is something that maybe the speakers themselves need to get back to in their own lessons.
Don?
Would you believe, Brother Curry, that the idea of the Lord's Supper being in an upper room in Acts 20 and verse 7 would always be binding upon us, that we ought to yield to that demand on the part of someone? Or where there would be many lights instead of one light, where they would gather together?
Well, I would say that if what Brother Workman said is true, and apparently you agree with him, that you have to have a command clothed in an example. The fact, I mean, an example backed up by a commandment. There are various commands for assembly, And I gather that the brethren assembled in various places. I don't think that the upper room is the only place brethren assembled, and therefore I don't think we're limited to the upper room.
But that's the only record we have of the communion being in an upper room, is it not?
Were they in an upper room in 1 Corinthians, the 11th chapter?
We have the instructions there rather than an example. It doesn't tell us what place they did use. But Acts 27 mentions the upper room. It was instituted in the upper room in Matthew 26.
Can I go now?
We're about out of time. We need to decide here maybe one more. They're going to come out equal. One more response from each side. Go ahead.
Okay. What we find in Acts 20 and 7 is both reflective of generic options and specific authority. I believe the first day of the week in Acts 20 and 7 is a reflection of specific authority, not generic. The upper room, the undivided assembly, the one assembly on Sunday, the nighttime, whatever that is, all reflect their choice of options. I believe that the first day of the week Lord's Supper was a result of specific instruction, and there's the difference. As what I pointed out a moment ago, that examples will show choices by first century disciples. Let me word it this way, that choices by first century disciples of options do not limit us to their choices. We're not limited to the choices that they made. In other words, the examples do not limit or alter generic authority, is what it amounts to. So that what we have to determine is, first of all, where the specifics are. And in my study, I always start, and I think you're correct in that, Gary, that I always start with the specific statements of Scripture on whatever subject. Get all the passages together that deal with that particular subject, even related passages and related subjects. Find out what the specific instructions are, determine what the options are, and fit the examples into the picture. And I think that's the correct way to approach the study, and then we get all of these different parts correct. Now, I'm not going to have time to develop Acts 20 and 7 at this particular point, but that's stating what I think about it.
Well, here's some observations I want to make. If we take the position that some examples that stand alone, that is, apart from any explicit or implicit information related to them elsewhere in the Bible, if we take the position that some so-called examples are binding and some of them are not binding, we're doomed to disunity. We'll never see it alike. Men simply won't come to the same conclusion. I noticed in Brother Williams' paper over on page 18, he spoke of my intuitive responses, my understanding, my initial reaction. And Brother Barnett just said, I believe. Well, we all have our assumptions, our approaches, our beliefs, our opinions, whatever it is. But you see, if that's what we're going to depend on to decide that this narrative action is binding and this one over here is not, in the absence of some other information somewhere, we'll never see it alike. And that's why we need to get back to a more consistent position. The only consistent position I believe that we can possibly take is to see all examples as either permissive but not binding, that is, an optional way of doing something, or as illustrative of an obligation that is binding, that is stated either right there in connection with that narrative or somewhere else on that same subject. I believe this is the only consistent position that we're going to be able to take, and the only way that we'll ever see the Bible alike. So it's in the matter of example where we really part ways, and we must solve this problem or we're never going to solve these other issues, because it's going to come down to the fact that narrative action is where we differ in the conclusions that we come to on those points.
I know that you're impressed and encouraged as I am by the abilities and the spirits of these men. We're thankful to them for this final discussion. Now, we're going to spend some time in a question and answer period, And so if you'll please get those to Brother Lanier or myself. I'll tell you, judging by the nature of this topic, I just have a suspicion that some of these questions are going to be doozies, as we used to say in the country. But we'll take about a 5 or 10 minute break and then look to some question and answers. All right, let's get ready to begin again. I've been asked to push meal tickets tomorrow noon. Still a number left to sell. I know you have enough concern for Brother Wolfgang and his being able to send his children to college that you are not going to allow him to have to eat or dispose of 57 meals tomorrow at noon. So please, 65? 65. So we need you to purchase meal tickets. Will this help? If we announce who's speaking at that dinner, is that going to help? Brother R.J. Stevens and who? Brother Curtis Camp. That ought to do it right there. So let's please help in regard to that. Brother Barnett said that he was concerned that some of this might confuse. Well, we certainly do have a lot of questions up here. So we're either awfully interested in this or maybe a little confused. And we've got one more.
You're going to continue this speech till midnight?
We may have to. There's no way we can answer all these questions, but we'll do the best with them that we can.
We'll let Terry Green fall out of the window.
That's one thing he could probably do. Again, we appreciate very much the sincere efforts of these brethren to be honest with their convictions, honest with the Word of God, and addressing these questions in the fine way that they are. They encourage us a great deal. I know that this will be profitable. First question is to Brother Williams. It says, what example is followed when women teach classes of children? What command is obeyed?
Well, I would say the generic command to teach, and that's all I have to say about that. But I would like to say here also at the outset, in the 2 minutes I have, that in writing 25 pages, I probably expressed a lot of stupidity and fuzziness too, for that matter. And that's why I'm so willing to listen to people criticize what I have to say, because I'm just the beneficiary thereby. And we should always be that way in regard to our practice as well as in regard, to our preaching. I believe that generic authority can authorize some things. Well, that authorizes the generic thing, and it authorizes whatever is essential or reasonable in good judgment to do what God tells us to do. But I think we can push generic authority just as we can take an addition and say it's just an aid when in fact it has become an addition. For example, I would not argue that in some cases instrumental music might aid the singing. I don't know that that's always the case, but I would be willing to admit it might do so. But instrumental music is another kind of music. And one can't just justify instrumental music on the basis of an aid. And I don't think we can justify all the things we want to on the basis of generic authority. Oh, my mind slipped there, you know, on what I wanted to say about that, so my time is about up now anyway, and I'll probably get a chance to talk about this matter of generic authority even more. Do I have any seconds at all? Okay, now, I said that I gave up the cooperational approach because I couldn't prove it beyond a reasonable shadow of doubt. Oh, yes, I could prove in generic authority of one kind or another that it might be so. But as Moses E. Large said many years ago in regard to infant baptism in the households, what might be so might not be so. And are we going to base a Christian practice on what might not be so?
This question is to Brother Winkler. Brother Winkler, where did Paul receive the authority to go to the temple during the days of purification and purify himself and offer sacrifices as a Christian? Acts 21:26. Please give biblical references. If this is an example that comes from apostolic authority, why isn't it binding today? You want to look at that?
I believe an answer to that question is found in 1 Corinthians chapter 9, where Paul said he became all things to all men to win some to Christ. And in the area of some things that were in the area of custom and engraven into those given practices, I believe in that day and time that they could so do by way of accommodation without the compromise of truth, in an effort to become all things to all men to win Christ, to win men to Christ. That would be my response to this particular question. And I'd practice that same thing today. If I moved into a given community where there was a given practice that was in the area of no sacrifice of principle or faith involved, that I would practice that in order to win people to Jesus Christ. If I thought my influence would be curtailed and or that my influence would be greater in winning Adventists to the Lord, if I moved into a total saturated Adventist community and feeling as they do about pork, then I would just not eat pork. But I wouldn't bind that on anybody by any means. But that would be my answer to that particular question. And I don't want to take a polemic posture here, but I am, have you given me a time signal that my time is up? I want to explore this matter about an example. And commands are examples. And that commands do not stand alone. If I understood it correctly, and correct me if I'm saying that incorrectly, but the commands are examples, and that they're binding because they're examples. What about Acts 2:38? There was no example to which these people could relate. When they were told to repent and to be baptized, suppose the New Testament just stopped right there. There was no example anyway at all pertaining to that. It was a directive, it was a command, and I believe it'll stand alone.
All right. Brother Barnett, I've got two here relative to Acts 20 and 7. I wonder if you could take both of them and thoroughly discuss them in 2 minutes or less. The first one says, Brother Barnett, would you please explain further why examples do not limit generic authority using Acts 20 and 7 as point of discussion? And the other one says, why is the first day of the week observance of the Lord's Supper binding? The upper room is not. What is the specific instruction related to Acts 27? You want to just look at it while you're...
No, I've got it. Thank you. In Matthew 26:29, Jesus said that he would not drink that fruit of the vine with them again until that day in the kingdom. The verbs in the passage are all present tense verbs that require repetition. require something that continues. It is a phrase that says it is that day in the kingdom, not that day of the kingdom. The phrase that day is from the Greek phrase tesemeres ekenes, that the day, which in every place in the New Testament always refers to a 24-hour period, without exception. Jesus had a particular day in mind for the continued performance of the elements that he had prescribed. And then you can go to Acts 20 and 7, that when the disciples came together the first day of the week to break bread, it is a specific of what Jesus was talking about in Matthew 26:29. So it is a reflection of specific authority. Acts 20 and 7 identifies the day that Jesus was talking about in Matthew 26. The other elements in Acts 20 refer to elements of option. The number of meetings on the first day of the week are in the realm of option. The place, geography, and topography are in the realm of option. The time of day is a matter of option. That makes it a matter of generic authority. But the first day of the week, as the day for eating the Lord's Supper, is a reflection of specific authority.
All right, thank you. All right, let's see, we'll go to the other side and then come back over here. Brother Workman, I have two questions that seem to be the same question. Regarding what about the plurality of elders? One question says, where is the related instruction regarding the plurality of elders except in simple examples? Must there be a plurality of elders in each local congregation? If so, why?
Well, Acts 14:23 is not the only verse you have on that subject in the Bible. Titus 1:5 says elders in every city, and I think by implication we have to understand that they had one church in each city. When you go to for example, the letter to the Philippians, you have right at the outset in verse 1, it's mentioned the bishops and the deacons and all the saints. And you go over to chapter 4, and Paul refers to them as no church but you, singular. And we understand that was one church in that city. And therefore, it's by the process of implication that we gather, by necessary inference, that we can determine that Titus 1:5 specifies a plurality of elders. You don't need Acts 14:23 to prove that. I wonder if I might add just a little bit to what was said just here. Real quick. I believe what you said about that day. I think that specifies it. That shows, though, that the Acts 27 passage does not stand alone. And that's the very point that I was making. I would go, however, from Matthew 26:29 on that day and jump over to Revelation 1:10 and say that is the Lord's day. And what day is that? 1 Corinthians 16:1 and 2, it was the first day of the week. I don't need Acts 20, verse 7 on that.
Yeah, Gary, and that's the point. Take your Matthew 26 and Acts 27, then fit 1 Corinthians 16 into the picture, and you've got first day of the week.
And of course, we agree that an example can corroborate or substantiate something that is specified. But what we're saying is if all you had was that, and you didn't have Matthew 26:29, then you couldn't find it. See?
Thank you. Brother Curry, please deal with Paul's refusal to circumcise Titus as it bears on your willingness to give up classes, cups, etc.
Well, I don't know what the problem is. I said that in the first place about the giving up, that you do it in the light of what Paul said in 1 Corinthians chapter 8, 1 Corinthians chapter 10, Romans the 14th chapter. Paul is not saying that simply because an individual has an opinion and wants to bind that on everyone that I'm going to have to yield to it. What I said is if a person unequivocally establishes that this is our authority and our only authority, then we need to yield to what God says, and we need to defer to the individual's judgment in the matter. That doesn't mean that I have to simply do what everybody wants me to do or give up what everybody wants me to give up. They're limitations, in other words, scriptural limitations.
Brother Tarbet, this fellow writes just like me, but it's not my questions. I'll try to read this. If examples are only authoritative when there is a commandment or necessary implication behind them, would not the commandment or necessary implication be the binding force rather than the examples themselves?
I believe in taking all of the scriptures on a topic, and the example would be a demonstration of the binding force. But you have to have more than just the example alone in order to know what God wants us to do.
All right, we're back to Brother Williams. You stated that absolute silence is non-permissive and non-authorizing. In view of this, how do you explain the origin and use of synagogues in the Old Testament, which are sanctioned by Jesus and the apostles? The Old Testament is absolutely silent concerning the synagogue, that is, in origin, use, design, etc.
I believe that this argument is often used by Christian church brethren. Of course, I'm not saying that someone asked that question. And I've thought about it quite a bit because it's often brought up in discussions about the New Testament silence on instrumental music. And I know especially Lewis Foster, R.C. Foster's son, tried to make this argument about the synagogue. Well, in the first place, I would observe that I don't know for sure that just because Jesus attended the synagogue, that he necessarily approved of synagogue worship, although that'd have to be proven. You just can't assume it. But I think, if you look at the scriptures, you will see, I forget the passage, I think it's in Leviticus chapter 23 or so, where God calls for a holy convocation on the Sabbath day, as well as holy convocations or assemblies on certain other holy days. And it gets right down to what we've talked about here, that the New Testament teaches the church to come together in one place. And that requires a common place to come together. And the nature of the place is for our judgment. The Old Testament authorized throughout their cities a local convocation on the Sabbath day, and they just built buildings to synagogues to gather in for that purpose. Now, if one means the organization of the synagogue, let him say so, and I might be able to speak to that point and maybe not. Do I have any more time? Okay, now, I certainly agree with a lot that's being said here, how that we must always look at everything God has to say about something, and we'll find clues here and there about whether an action is meant to be for general practice. But I still go by the four things I said about the relationship between examples and commands. Now,
don't you marvel at the self-control of these brethren regarding these time limits? It is beyond my wildest imagination. Trying to find one that pursues a little different area. Brother Winkler, this says, both speakers tonight took a strong stand against the new hermeneutic. It was suggested earlier today that we can't know for sure whether such a question interferes with fellowship. Can we successfully avoid the new hermeneutic while continuing in fellowship with those who teach it? Can we successfully avoid the new hermeneutic while continuing in fellowship with those who teach it?
This gets into a discussion of really what is the new hermeneutic. I'll just simply say this, that if the new hermeneutic is followed to its ultimate conclusion, if I understand it correctly, it will automatically result in a failure to fellowship those who espouse the ultimate consequences of it. And this may be an oversimplification of it, but the new hermeneutic is that to which I made reference a moment ago in the speech, in which these brethren have made the statement that the New Testament is to be looked upon as a collection of love letters and not as being constitutional, and that it is largely relational and not codal. Now, the bottom line of all of that is that we can treat divine legislation that has to do with the work and the worship and the organization of the church rather loosely. And that's just the bottom line of it. And so if the bottom line of that is pursued, then the purity of New Testament worship will have been destroyed. And that being the case, I would have no qualms about the fellowship being drawn right there as is drawn with the digressives today over the use of the mechanical instrument of music.
Brother Barnett, it's your turn, I guess. Do you believe that elders of one church assuming the oversight of a work that all are equally related to violates any rule of hermeneutics? If so, what or how? Must options be lawful?
Gary brought up a little bit ago that we base our opposition to some of these plans and establish our picture of the New Testament church from examples. And I took it that that meant examples alone. That is not so. We have never done that. We always start and have always started with the organization, autonomy of the local church, the oversight of elders and the limitation of the oversight of elders, and we're talking there about specific commandments. We're talking about specific statements. And then we go from there and talking about the work of the local church and fit the examples into the picture to show them as illustrations. I agree that what we mean by examples is simply a description of the way disciples acted in the first century in carrying out commands. And what we have attempted to show is that the specific statements in regard to the work of the church and the oversight of elders is in complete harmony with the image of the examples presented. The examples are in keeping with that. And that's where we've always started. As far as expediencies are concerned and options are concerned, they are acceptable only if they are lawful. But expediencies and options must first be lawful, which means that there has to be some authority for it to start with, and we're talking about specific authority. You do not have expediencies and options without specific instruction of some kind.
James, I wonder if I might comment on that just a second. This really isn't our field, I don't think, this question, not directly at least. But here's the thing where when you talk about autonomy, the position seems to be taken that if one church sends to another church for the purpose of benevolence, there's no autonomy violated. But if one church sends to another church for the purpose of evangelism, somehow that robs the sending church of their autonomy. This is something that somebody has concluded on their own. You don't find a statement on this in the Bible. There's no hermeneutical principle to lead you to that conclusion. The only way you come to that conclusion is by saying, well, look, we find an example here where they sent this for this purpose, and we find no example where they sent it for this other purpose. Therefore, we're going to say that that's binding on us, and we've got to do it that very same way. If that's the way we establish Bible authority, then we must also bind sending that money to the evangelist out in the field by the method of personal messenger rather than putting it in the United States mail.
No, the problem involved in that, as far as the oversight of elders is concerned, is that eldership, in regard to the practice that we see generally, is that they assume the oversight or take the oversight of work of other congregations, and they oversee their money, and the work is done out here away from supervising church. So here are the churches that send the money to the supervising church who does the work out here. It's not something that's done here, it's something that's done out here. And in that they violate autonomy, in that one eldership is overseeing the work of other churches. When the money was sent to the churches that were in need, it went to the place that was in need, just exactly as the money that was sent to evangelists was sent to where the need was. So it's not, it isn't a matter of an inconsistency on the subject of autonomy.
But I think the same position has been taken if the sending from the one church to the other church was for their own needs right there in that locality. The same objection has been raised and saying that's a violation of the autonomy of that sending church.
But not in the area of benevolence.
No, in the area of evangelism.
I see. No.
See? So there's an inconsistency. If it was for their benevolent needs, it didn't violate the sending church's autonomy. If it was for their evangelistic needs, it did somehow violate the sending church's autonomy. That doesn't make sense.
It has to do with the realm of what you're talking about as need. Now, you've used the word need two different ways. You have to define your word need. Everybody needs the gospel. Not everybody needs a loaf of bread. Now, what do we mean by need?
Well, in other words, here's a church that cannot afford to pay a preacher. If another congregation sends the money to that church and they take the money and then they pay the preacher, the position I've read from many of you brethren is that would violate the autonomy of the sending church.
Now, let's put the preacher in Germany. Let's let this eldership take care of 100 preachers in Germany, and let's send this money by these churches over there. What do you have?
We'll see.
That's the way that whether he's preaching right there on the spot or whether he's in Germany is beside the point.
Okay, if it is beside the point, then we need to get back to the first illustration and say do you agree that would violate the sending church's autonomy too, in that case?
Oh, yeah. Here's autonomy that's violated.
Yeah. But
here's turning of work to which they're both equally related over to one eldership. And this is the point. They're both equally related to evangelism.
No, I mean,
it's not so in regard to benevolence. You have two different circumstances. Again, you've got two different definitions of need.
Maybe you misunderstood my question. What I mean is a needy church up in Idaho that can't afford to pay the preacher. Could a church in Dallas send money up to that church and let that church take that money and then pay the preacher?
Well, again, you're using the
They're
word
not
need.
equally related.
You've got the word need, again, in the picture, and you're using the word need two different ways. Who says they need a preacher? That's the question.
I think I just lost the oversight of the question.
You want control that?
I only marginally possessed it, but I certainly lost it. But I actually believe that it was for the benefit of the question and answer discussion that I did, so I don't lament the passing of it. Brother Tarbet, what would you say to the question, what role does human reasoning play in hermeneutics?
I think good common sense needs to be applied all the time. But human reasoning, apart from divine directive, of course, would be out of the question. I believe that the Scripture is logical, and human reasoning will help us to determine what God's will is.
Brother Curry, is there an example for paying an evangelist from the first day of the week contribution? Should there be for us to practice such?
That's a case in which I personally would go to more than one passage to establish the principle. There certainly is the statement that is made by Paul, I robbed other churches taking wages of them to do you service. The case of the Philippians as they supported Paul. Now, as far as the contribution on the Lord's Day is concerned, I think that really there's more than one issue involved in 1 Corinthians 16, and we might make a mistake on that, of saying that it is all related to simply the authorization of the contribution. There is, I think, a day of assembly, and I don't know, Maurice and I might argue with each other on this, that there is a day of assembly that is authorized in 1 Corinthians if you take the context of the 11th chapter and the 16th chapter together. But I couldn't do it by one simple passage. I would do it on the basis of putting together what is said in several passages to draw that conclusion.
All right. We're back to Brother Williams in what may lamentably be our final round. Brother Almon, please explain why the two specific examples, the Lord's Supper being served in an upper room, Luke 22:12, Acts 27:8, do not bind meeting in upper room, whereas we partake of the Lord's Supper in the absence of any example of Lord's Supper being eaten anywhere else.
Well, of course, we realize that there has to be, for a thing to be something we ought to practice or must practice, we must have uniformity in the thing. I'm not sure we have as much uniformity in regard to this upper room as we seem to think. For example, in the Gospels, the Lord gave a preview of the Lord's Supper in an upper room. As a guest, he asked for the guest room. That seems to be the circumstances of the case, and that seems to explain perfectly why he instituted or gave a preview of it in the upper room. Now, in Acts 20, we don't just have an upper room, we have an upper room. The fellow who fell down, Eutychus, I think that was his name, wasn't it, who had he was in the third story. So there's an upper room of an upper room. And I'm not sure it's just as cut and dried an upper room thing as we think. A moment ago, I think Brother Curry was trying to think of a passage that might show that this was not so uniform as we sometimes give the impression. Now, do we agree that in Acts chapter 2 and the following chapters, when the church met in the temple, that they were having the Lord's Supper steadfastly? Now, I don't think the temple was an upper room there, but they were having it in the temple on the ground floor, so to speak. So I think if you study the facts in the case, you will see that we don't have uniformity in regard to the Lord's Supper having to be in an upper room. Now, if I can remember what I wanted to say, how much time do I have? I want to say something about this matter of giving up something for a brother's conscience. It seems to me sometimes, brethren, we say, well, you won't give up anything for a brother's conscience, and I won't either. How does that show the Spirit of Christ? Are we trying to win some argument? Are we trying to say that you're as wrong as we are, and they're...
A lot of your questions that we're not going to be able to get to tonight are excellent questions, and they reason in parallels in regard to a lot of the issues that we're going to be discussing tomorrow and Saturday. And so for that reason, I'm...
Would you mind if I took one more? Do we have the time?
What to say?
Well, David Tant came to me. He especially wanted me to deal with one particular subject that on something that I had said.
You have got each one of you is going to have another.
Oh, you're going to get back to it?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Brother Winkler...
I thought you were cutting this off.
No. We reserve the right to go overtime a little bit, but it's still only 10 minutes to 10. We're going to take another round of questions among the panel, and then our two speakers get a final closing 2 minutes. Brother Winkler, what Scriptures teach that expediency is a means of expressing or establishing authority?
Brethren, I'm concerned when people ask the question, By what authority do you have a local preacher? By what authority do you have songbooks? By what authority do you have a visual aid? As if there is no authority for it. And the reason why that's asked is, now, since you can't give any Bible authority for it, and yet you practice it, then we can engage in other activities for which there is no Bible authority, namely, for example, the use of a mechanical instrument of music. I think the premise of all of that is false. I believe there is biblical authority for a songbook. For this reason, obligations of necessity involve an expedient, that is, that expedites the carrying through with the command, that assist in the implementation of the command. And the command is to sing. The book is an expedient that assists us, that aids us, that expedites in the carrying through with that. And because of that is authorized thus in the field of expediency. And I think also that gets back to the question a moment ago asked, and that is, how does the human reasoning enter into this matter of establishing biblical authority? God made man a rational being, and he adapted the Bible to man's mind, and therefore he intended for him to use some rational reasoning in working out these matters. 1 Thessalonians chapter 5 and verse 21. But brethren, in the few minutes that I have left here, I think we're getting down to some crux of the matter. I wish we could go to midnight. We do have that example in Acts chapter 20, but it's probably one of those optionals and not obligatory. I would not want to follow the example of Eutychus. But I want to ask these good brethren, and I do count them as good brethren, good in heart and good in attitude, if they get their paycheck out of the contribution of 1 Corinthians 16:2. Now, I believe with all of my heart that you good brethren have preached that. Now, if I'm wrong, I want to stand corrected. But I believe that you've been teaching that your paycheck comes from 1 Corinthians 16:2. Now, if our paychecks comes from 1 Corinthians chapter 16 and verse 2, let's suppose that the church in Corinth sent that contribution to the Jerusalem saints. And let's suppose that Paul was preaching in Jerusalem. My question is, could his salary come from the contribution that had been sent? And so if his salary could be taken from the contribution that had been sent, then we have an example of one church sending to another church in the field of preaching the gospel.
No, we don't.
Never have. Not one among
you. You were talking to the panelists. You weren't talking to you. Talking to us. No, we don't.
So many of these questions are dealing with the Lord's Supper in Acts 27 that we focused on so much. But this is the same song but a little different verse. Gary, if narratives or examples do not express binding authority, then are the parables of Jesus binding, or what's binding in the example Jesus used, remember Lot's wife?
Well, here's where I think that we're mixing up example with implication. And by the way, I don't know that any of the three of us on this side of the table really expressed this as clearly as we needed to about Brother Williams' remarks right at the end of his presentation. We don't believe that all commands come down to examples. When you say you can't find your name written in the Bible and therefore it was written to somebody else and it's simply an example, no, we don't call that an example. It's by implication that we get this. We understand it by the process of necessary inference. It's not example. There is an implied command to us via those first readers or hearers of what was said. But I'm kind of like Brother, whatever his name was earlier, who said he can't remember the question. Repeat that for me.
Remember Lot's wife.
Yeah, thank you. There. You see, when you're dealing with something like that, or a parable, you're dealing with matters that are stated either explicitly or implicitly. This is not an example. This is something Jesus is saying. He's giving teaching. When we read about patternism in the New Testament, we don't read a thing about the patternism of examples. We read about the pattern of sound words. We read about that form, that pattern of doctrine which was delivered you. That's patternism in the New Testament. None of this relates to examples. And so I think we need to get our focus back sharper on what's example, what's direct statement, what is implication, and many of these problems will be solved. And furthermore, if I can get this in quickly, I don't believe that when Paul said the things which you saw and heard and so forth in me, these things do, or be ye imitators of me as I also am of Christ, that this means every deed that Paul did, we have to do it that way. If he rode on a donkey, then we have to do it too. Certainly it doesn't mean that. It's simply talking about his manner of life. Hebrews 13:7. Remember those that have the rule over you, and considering the issue of their life, imitate their faith. That is the imitation of Paul and any other individual or church mentioned in the New Testament, and we can be just as good examples on that as any of those first century Christians were.
Brother Barnett, you're allowed to ask and answer your own questions, sir.
You don't have one there for me?
Well, I thought you said Brother Tent one.
I think one is in there. I thought you were going to cut them off there, but I think it's there.
Well, I didn't see it. Do you remember what it was?
Okay, it has to do with the examples limiting generic authority. And the point was that Acts 14:23 is the only passage that we've got in regard to elders being appointed in every church, which is an example, and therefore examples do limit generic authority. Well, I point out in 1 Peter chapter 5, and it's a point I think Gary made, 1 Peter chapter 5 is a statement in regard to elders, plural, with flocks, and tend the flock of God which is among you. The epistle was written to the dispersion in Asia Minor, and wherever those flocks were, there were plurality of elders. The book of James was written to the dispersion in chapter 5. He says that if any among you are sick, let him call for the elders of the church, which meant the elders of the church where they were. By necessary conclusion, there are elders in churches where men are qualified to be elders, and those are statements, not examples. Then Acts 14:23 will fit into the picture. If we say that examples limit generic authority, then we will be limited to an upper room. We will be limited to one assembly on Sunday. We will be limited to the choices, the options of disciples in the first century. And we have to take care of that. Now, one other thing in regard to Brother Winkler. I take it that he was saying that 1 Corinthians 16 was a contribution for the poor, and if we are supported out of the contribution like 1 Corinthians 16, then we're in violation of it because that's support of preachers. No, we do not use that exclusively. We have passages that talk about church support of preachers. Paul says that the laborer is worthy of his hire. You'll not muzzle the ox that treadeth out the corn. He told the Corinthians he had a right to receive from them. That was church support of the preacher. What 1 Corinthians 16 does is it shows God's way of getting the money together. It was done for all of the churches of Galatia, the churches of Achaia, the churches of Macedonia. They were all instructed to do it that way. That's God's way of getting money together for whatever work that he has. But our authority for support of preachers comes from other passages. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Barnett. Brother Tarbet, I assume you believe that brethren forming congregations and that congregational autonomy are binding. How do we learn of these except through examples of such being the case in the first century?
The question has to do with learning of local congregations. Well, I think that can be established in three ways: through example, through implication, and through command. We have examples of congregations and their autonomy being established without question. We also have in 1 Timothy 3:15 how that we're to behave properly in the church, so that implies the church must exist before this command can be carried out. Then in Acts 11, we find where the disciples sent to the needy in Judea. We sometimes say that that means the church. And if that be the case, then we have in the Great Commission Christ saying, go and make disciples of all the nations. Therefore, he's commanding that local congregations be established with their autonomy.
All right, and Brother Curry, your final question. What would you say is the main difference between Almon and Wendell's approach to hermeneutics, establishing Bible authority, kind of a summing up conflict here?
My own impression is that, based on what Brother Winkler said, I don't think there is much he said that Brother Williams would not agree with. I think there's some things that Brother Williams said that Brother Winkler wouldn't agree with. That's just a general impression that I have. It seemed to me that Brother Winkler talked more in generalities. But I want to take the opportunity to say something in maybe the minute or so that I have left, because I'm not going to be able to stay here the entire time. I want to express my own personal gratitude to the attitude that everybody's manifested this evening. We're all here as individuals. Nobody's representing anybody but himself. Brothers and sisters, I wish we would talk more. I wish we'd sit down and open our Bibles more. I wish we'd pray together more. And I wish we would, as we grow older, have more and more of a disposition to give up rather than to lay down and put up barriers. I'm not a universalist. I'm not looking for peace at the price of no truth. But the wholesome, open investigation of truth will always be productive. You know what happened to us? We quit talking. We quit studying the Bible together. And we drifted apart. And we began to raise barriers that in many instances should never have been raised. I don't know the solutions to all of our problems, but please, on a one-on-one basis, and however way we can be open about it, let's take this as very serious for the God of heaven, for our Lord Jesus Christ, and let's really pursue the reality of what it means to be a Christian.
All right. We want to ask the two main speakers if they would like to take 2 minutes each for a final summary statement.
I should like to express my appreciation to Brother Winkler for his fine attitude. And as Brother Curry said, I virtually agree with everything he said, maybe just a few exceptions. And as Brother Curry also said, I've just come here to speak for myself, not even for Brother Barnett or Brother Curry or the non-institutional brethren per se. Whatever value that I've been able to express that may be of help to you, I'm glad to be able to do so. And I think I can learn as much from the criticisms of Brother Barnett and Curry as I can from the other brethren who have spoken up here. But I want to explain this one thing. I still insist that when you get right down to the whole brass tacks, that there's not a command in the Bible or any other fact that is not encased in an example. Take, for example, Brother Winkler's example, Acts 2:38. To whom was it spoken? It wasn't spoken to people in the 20th century. It wasn't spoken to me. It was spoken to people on the day of Pentecost who lived 2,000 years ago. Now, if by necessary inference I conclude that I'm in the same boat with them dispensationally and otherwise, then I'll say that example is an imitable action for me to follow if I wish to have remission of sins. And I still insist. Now, maybe this is just a matter of definition of terms, and it's just my way of dealing with the matter, especially when people say, well, commands are binding, but examples are not.
really everything is reducible to an example of some kind, but some actions are really put forth as imitable actions or samples of what we should do. Brother Bill Humble explained in the Arlington meeting why he changed from being a non-institutionalist to an institutionalist. I've just gone the other way. And I would say you can just prove the local church from his arguments. You can't prove the pastor system. And you can't prove the type of congregational cooperation from his data, which he was trying to prove. It might be true, but it might not be true.
The question that I want to ask about the Acts passage is, to those in Acts 2, to the Pentecostals, where is the example? What example did they have? I can use an example to me, but what about them? Did not the command stand on its own 2 feet when given to them in 238? Where is the example related to that particular passage and to that particular conversion? In my closing comments, I would like to echo the statements that have been sincerely expressed by all of the panelists concerning the attitudes that have been manifested by the participants, and how grateful I am to have seen that and to have been a part of it. I want to express also appreciation to Brother Lanier and to Brother Wolfgang again for their contributions to the efforts that are now being expended. I do want to conclude by saying this by way of a summation statement on examples. Again, there are examples in the Bible that are obligatory, that must be followed. Acts chapter 20 and all the corroborating passages that have been given this evening substantiate that. There are examples that are optional and may be followed. I think we need to keep that in mind about the authority wrapped up in the examples. I think also that we need to do more study in the area of the generic and the specific areas of authority. Not binding in areas that are generic, and not loosing in areas that are specific. I believe that the study today indicates that if there is such a meeting as this conducted again, that we need to deal with that by way of a concentration, be more concentrated in that given study. In Acts chapters 13 and 14, a wonderful, wonderful thing occurred. The evangelization of the then known world. Then all of a sudden a problem arose in Acts 15. And incidentally, hermeneutical studies of Acts chapter 15 become extremely interesting. There was a command there were examples there were implications there in Acts 15, but there was a problem that arose. And so they took time out to deal with the problem or with the issue. And then, right back into chapter 16 and 17, they went back to the job of evangelizing. Brethren, before we had the segmenting that has occurred among us, we were evangelizing. We have some challenges that have presented themselves among us. Surely we will not stay here forever in our generation and give as a heritage to our children a divided brotherhood over these matters. Let us leave Acts 15 and get over to Acts 16 and start evangelizing a lost world. For remember, according to John 17, 20, and 21, a lost world is the price we're paying for a divided brotherhood.
Do we have any, Roy, have any closing? Steve, have any announcements? Yes. We've had excellent attendance today, but a number of you have not found the time or thought about registering. We need for you to do that. Please stop by and fill out a registration card. Also remember the luncheon tomorrow. We will look to have a good rest tonight and be back in the morning to start. Yes, Steve. All right.